Live a little bit early because I want to do some audio testing and shit here. Hey Taco, hey everybody, hey. Live a little bit early because I want to do some audio testing and shit here. Hey Taco, hey everybody, hey. Camera's still pixelated. A little bit early because I want to do some audio testing and shit here. Stream quality is still lower than I would like. Camera's still pixelated. How do we sound? For anybody who doesn't know why I started a stream like that, I've been having technical issues ever since my streaming software updated. And 2 streams ago, the video quality was extremely fucking low. I fixed that. I got it back to being fine. I'd still like to be better than it is, but it's fine. But last stream I was super fucking quiet. And everybody complained about it all the time, which understandable. And I got very frustrated because it's like, think about it this way. To you, it might seem strange if I have an overreaction to something like that. But like, think about, this is still public speaking and public presenting. So imagine you go up to present like a high school or college fucking presentation and your PowerPoint is like too dark to see, or your video doesn't start or whatever. Like, it's that kind of stress where you're like, oh, what's happening? And then imagine the class being like, hey, did you know your PowerPoint slide is really dark? And I'll be like, I fucking know that, and I'm kind of stressed right now. And like, yeah, so that's why you might have watched last stream. You're like, wow, that guy was really fucking mad about all that stuff. It's like, I was stressed, and people kept pointing it out. Which, to them, right, they join, and they're like, oh, the audio's quiet. I'll mention it. And it's not like they were there the whole time just spamming it out. But to me, like, the person, it was like the 25th reminder, like, hey, do you remember that you're fucking up? And I'm like, yeah, I know. I know I'm fucking up. And I'm doing my best. Which, of course, no one meant it in a negative way. But like I said, when it's stressful, you're just like, can we all get together and stop reminding me that this is a disaster? So hopefully the audio sounds better. I worked on it for about an hour yesterday. I got it working, as far as I know, in test, but test is test, right? Okay, so I'll check on your comments in a second, but let's get the tournament going for the people here. Generate bracket, boom. Yes, okay, all right. Bracket, we are good. We are good. All right. Yes, today we do have a new player tournament. It's best of 1, but with a lower bracket. So with like 26 or 27 signups, I think like 23 of them checked in. It's gonna be a big day. We will do what we did last time, catch a first round matchup in the top bracket, because of course we will, but then we'll probably hop down to the bottom bracket just because stakes are a little easier down there, where it's like whoever loses this is out of the tournament, okay? Whereas when you're in the winners bracket, it gets a little hard. If I bounce between the winners and losers bracket, it's also hard to remember what each game means. So I generally like to cast the losers bracket and try and catch some people down there. We'll try to bounce around and catch as many different people as we can. Also try to look for people I haven't seen before. But I haven't seen Frea play in a while, and apparently he has a whole fan club that's here, so we'll just read the room on that one and take the L. Sounds good today. The patch is out, right? Nah, I still have the early access stuff. Audio's fine? Hell yeah. Sounds good today. Cool. All right, that's one massive fucking problem that was solved. The video's slightly less optimal than I would like, but it's workable. The quiet audio was way bigger of a problem, so it's fine. Do you think hosting tournaments at Tavern instead of challenge is contributing to increasing attendance? For the new player tournaments, 100% definitely, Lucinia. When will Frea play? First game of the day. God damn it. But yes. Yeah, that's why I switched over to Tavern for the new player tournaments. 150%. I might consider moving all tournaments to Total Tavern once the land battle leaderboard is up. that Turin was going to do, but he has a bunch of other things to do first. And until then, if it's just the difference between challenge and total Tavern's interface, for more veteran tournaments or ones that I set up with silly rules, I generally do challenge because I just know how to work with it better. I've been using it for 2 years, where Turin's site is still pretty new to me. Andy's still working on it, so it keeps changing. I'm not trying to shit talk the site. I'm just stating facts. Like, oh, I've used this other thing forever and it hasn't changed in forever. Turin's thing is still kind of in beta, where it's like, he did the patch where all of a sudden there were 3 tabs. Signups, bracket, and description are all separate tabs now, where there used to be 1 tab, and I wasn't informed. So the first time that I was trying to host a tournament with that new setup, I was like, where the fuck is my bracket? Why can't I'm clicking generate over and over again and no brackets appearing. What the hell? So things like that. But the new player tournaments, the increased visibility is worth me dealing with a new system, just because it just definitely has way more participation from new players. What channel do you find your opponent in? Tourney opponent. All right. Longboy and Frea are trying to link up. Is Frea from the Afrika Freaks? I think so. I think I found Longboy's game. All right. Here we are. Here we are. It is tournament favorite Longboy, perpetual tournament favorite Longboy, versus the young upstart Frea. The young upstart. FR1KAD3LL3-7. Hey, Muko. What's the pick and ban today? I forget. Each player global bans 1 faction, so neither player can play either faction that is picked for that. And then top of the bracket picks 1, bans 3. Okay. If you don't know what global bans are, it's like you start out a series and you go, hey man, I want neither of us to play Bretonnia. I won't play it, you won't play it. And then your opponent goes, okay, cool. I want neither of us to play vampire counts. Okay, cool. Then you move on. Look at this little gentleman. We have ourselves an early appearance of the gentleman. See him behind the mic? Getting his scritches. Getting his scritches like, oh, you're a good boy. Who's your good boy? Who's your good boy? We love this good boy. We love this good boy. He's so good. Oh, he's so good. Oh, I had to work early today, so I was going to work at 5. But we're done for now. We'll have to go back in a little later to check on things, but that's after the stream, isn't it, little man? That's after the stream, isn't it, little trooper? Little trooper. Mr. Mookow has never known a day's work in his life. Have you, little moo? No. Call him Mr. Mookow or Ed. His name is Ed, but he looks like a Mookow. He has been extra lovey since we took him to the vet and found out he has arthritis. I think that spooked him because he's realized he's getting older. He just needs more cuddles in life. Yeah. More cuddles in your little life. Oh, what the hell. Behind the blocker, nothing's happening, which is why the camera's still super large. Grace just texted me a picture of a dog. It was a cute dog. I'm noticing that in the chat I can't see because it's behind the giant picture of the cat, that none of you are going absolutely nuts for this fucking cat, and that makes me upset. Alright. Meow. What up, Sam Goodwin? How you doing? You lift? Yep. Just got done before I hopped on stream here. 4.0 Skaven get globe nerfs, or am I imagining things? I don't think so. But I need to see the numbers. Nothing in their like cost or anything stands out. I checked their projectile damage and it didn't change, but we'll see about performance, right? What up, Jeremy? How you doing? Cat out of 10 cat. That's not a number. Where doggo? Hazel's sleeping. Oh, Hazel's sleeping. Looks like we have Norska and Lizardmen. So Vanthus is apparently also going to join the Freaka train. Thanks, Taco. Dun, 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 dun. You've changed your allegiance to Longboy? Understandable. Is 950 Storm Vermin looking viable? In certain matchups. I wouldn't expect to see them in every matchup, but at 950 they are much more reasonable. I would take them from being a trash unit to being a mildly bad unit. But mildly bad units can sometimes be good because your opponent's not expecting them. There's things that your opponent isn't expecting that even if you bring it to surprise them, it'll fail you because it's so horribly trash. And Storm Vermin might be slipping into that, like, maybe you could throw a quick surprise and that'd be good. We'll see. Well, let's see. They're a tankier front line, but the problem right now for Skaven isn't your front line. The problem is single entities and healing, which Storm Vermin don't help you with. So, yeah, it's a good change. Like, I'm not complaining. And Skaven don't need a ton of personal changes. Their Lord slot needs a lot of buffs and nerfs and stuff. But the rest of their roster is doing okay. Their single entity Molder monsters like the Hell Pit are horribly behind. They just got, like, power creeped, right? A bunch of new monsters have been added since they came into the game, and they've just been horribly outstatted. Mutant Rat Ogres are bad because of their animations. Their stats are fine. So there's things like that. But overall, Skaven are just suffering from a meta right now. I don't think Skaven need buffs. I think healing needs nerfs. And if healing gets nerfed, then single entities get nerfed. And if single entities get nerfed, Skaven are back. Because Skaven right now are just really fucking struggling with single entity spam. And single entity spam is only good because of healing. It's annoying. Oh, and the range stuff, the ranged bugs, where like your units won't fire or your units just sit around and do nothing. Like that really hurts the Skaven too. So Skaven are just kind of suffering from systems problems, not like buffs or nerfs. Because I would really hate for like, oh man, rattling guns can't like turn and shoot sometimes, or, you know, warp lightning cannons take forever to turn. Well, to fix that, let's just make them 500 gold cheaper. And if they ever fix the core systems that frustrate multiple factions, all of a sudden Skaven are going to be fucking broken. So I can recognize that. I'm like, no, a lot of these units are properly balanced on the Skaven roster. The problem is like certain aspects of the game aren't working correctly, and they're suffering from that. So it's not really a stat thing. Where there are stat things, like Storm Vermin. Storm Vermin, before they got their price reduction, were just not worth their cost. That's a good change on that front. I saw we got some donations, but I'll get the blocker down so you can at least look at pretty builds while I go through that. I'm glad that so far we aren't getting any complaints about the sound. It looks like the sound is fixed after all that. Raw Unleashed with the Longboy chant and with the $20 donated. Yes, yes. Well, thank you so much. Thank you, brah. You also recently became a Patreon subscriber, so that's extra cool. I have been trying to make Patreon more worth it. I don't honestly know what to do, because my argument with myself has always been like, man, if I have a really cool idea for something I want to do for my patrons, I kind of just want to do it for everybody. So that I just do it for everybody. But recently I've just been asking them, I'm like, hey, what lore video do you want next? And then they kind of get to dictate where my research goes. Because I have books I'm reading for fun. I'm currently about to start on the War of the Beard, because I just finished the Sundering for the Elves, and War of the Beard comes right after that. But I have some stuff that I've read in the past that I didn't make a lore video on that I'm going back. So I was asking them if they wanted the Red Duke or the Sundering, which I just finished, like the event, the Sundering. Because Alethan R is from the Sundering, but he's not like the main character. Asked that kind of stuff. I'd have to go back through the list, but I pretty much just looked over the books I'd already read in the past. Throg the Troll King was on there. Of things that it's pretty easy for me to just go back and like peruse through the book to remember some key details, but I remember the overall plot of like what happens with Throg. I remember the overall plot of what happens with the Red Duke, so like 90% of my work is already done. It'd just be going back to about a quarter of the way through the book. Wasn't there something about this, like, I'm making this up because I don't want spoilers, but like, wasn't there something about that, like his brother assassinated him, or was it his cousin? And then you find that spot and you're like, okay, it was his brother, and you write it down. Like, I can do that within a matter of weeks and get a video out pretty quickly. Whereas straight up reading an 1,000+ page book is much larger of a task. So I don't really put that on their list where it's like, hey guys, who of anyone do you want to see? And they're like, Mazda Mundi. I'm like, great, that would that would take 3 different books I have never read, so I'd have to go buy those, read them start to finish, and a year and a half from now I will make a Mazda Mundi video. It's just that's not tenable. All right. What do we got? Longboy versus Frea for Longboy and the Norskins. Okay. I just think I need to turn that up on my end. Anyway, for Longboy and the Norskins, we do have some Norskin Ice Wolves, extremely good supportive dogs. Then we have Skin Wolves and Marauder Horsemen with throwing axes. It looks like one of each on each side for a little bit more anti-large presence. 3 Marauder Hunters with Javelins for more anti-large presence, and then Marauder Champions with great weapons and 2 Marauders for very limited but elite front line. From your Balefiend of Shadows for Pit of Shades and Throg. I like this army composition overall. A lot of anti-large tools, and then realizing that he would actually struggle with horde clearing. His spell is Pit of Shades, which clears out hordes. So, pretty good army comp altogether. On the other side, for Frea, we have Saurus in the front line, a staple of new player tournaments. I don't know why, but new players agree on one thing. Human Boy is wrong, and that Saurus are actually super great, and Human Boy thinks they're trash. And 2, every Dark Elf build needs 1 Blackguard of Naggarond in the very back. Don't know why. Every new player tournament, all Dark Elf builds have 1 fucking Blackguard. Anyway, 2 Bastildons with Rev Crystals and Lord Mazdamundi with Apotheosis. There it is. Plus Curse in the Midnight Wind for all of the healing you could ever want for the Lizardmen. Skin Courts with Javelins. 2 Sacred Crocsgores, one of which is the Court of Waddle. Regiment of Renown. Power Fist Crocsgore. 2 Feral Cold Ones, Source Scar Veteran, on foot, little anti-large duelist guy. And that's looking like it. I'm wondering what all this healing is going to go to. Like, what is going to carry and kill all this stuff? I guess it has to be the Power Fist Crocsgores. But once again, I find myself just wondering where all the money went. Like, this Lizardman build is one of those builds where I wonder if there was 4,000 gold just left on the table. Alright, the Marauders have collided with the Saurus, and the Saurus will make the Saurus will make very short work of the Marauders. The Marauder Champions, on the other hand, should be okay. Norska has a complete dominance of the mobile game, though. 2 Feral Cold Ones does not a Cavalry Corps make, and Sacred Crocsgores are having a terrible time versus the Marauder Champions with great weapons and these Javelins throwing in at them, but it looks like the little Velociraptors will quickly try and alleviate some of that damage on the Crocsgores, who are already receiving double healing to try and stay topped off. Mazdamundi and his healing corps are also having a bit of a hard time as Javelins just pepper the Bastildon. I really, really like this unit for Norska. I know Blood Penguin especially uses them a ton, and he keeps kicking my ass with them, but I do like seeing other people pick them up. They're just quite cost effective. At only 550 gold, they're really good. Norskin Ice Wolves are piling in the back, but a Ruination of Cities is about to ruin their entire day if you get good RNG. There's some good shots. First one went awry, but the rest were fine. And more Skin Wolves piling into the back. Norska is feeling favored right now. but the Lizardmen certainly have the grind with all of their healing, as long as, you know, nothing actually dies completely. Which, Mazdamundi is putting in a good show for dying. Throg is trying to bully his ass. The cohort of Waddle are busy killing some of these Marauder Hunter javelins, and they're kind of in a catch-22. Do you run back and support Mazdamundi and let yourself just get shot by these javelins, or do you stay here and finish them off before going to help? He is going to stay there and finish them off, but it is a very tough choice. The Lizardmen take out the enemy caster. He's routing, he's not dead, and with the very, very superior mobile forces that Norska brought, he shouldn't be chased down, as long as some of these Ice Wolves sacrifice themselves to protect him a little bit, but it looks like Sword of Scarvener is just going to follow him off, and wow, Ice Wolves fucking off, not going to help the Premier Balefiend at all. Who has almost shattered. He might rally near the edge of the map, but it would be a tough call. Mazdamundi is also getting low, and the Lizardmen are up on the balance of power. Damage value is extremely similar. Skinwolf's trying to snipe out that Bastildon as Norska is getting its breath, getting a second wind and trying to come back into this one. Sudden lag spike, but we're creeping forward, so no one has dropped just yet. The scary part is when it slows down and then all of a sudden speeds up, and then you get that message that says so-and-so has left the game, and you're like, ah, fuck. Marauder Horsemen are throwing axes, trying to support the Skinwolves. The Skinwolves grind through Croxagors and Skinks and the Bastildon. Yeah, they're having a bad time. They immediately tear a route off. Throg is trying to put this game on his back. He is fighting a bunch of Saurus. Some of them are spears, so probably want to leave that fight. If you can route off one of the two Sacred Croxagors, that would be pretty huge, since they are going to be the target of most of the healing. Oh, the Shadows Caster is back, and he throws a Pit of Shades onto the Saurus who attempt to dodge it, but it's going to catch the back half of them. I think that was undercasted, so it'll still be good damage, but it won't be like the end of the world good damage. Throg now all of a sudden finds himself without friends, getting Plaque of Dominion and beat down. These Marauder Horsemen with throwing axes might actually have to run into melee and try and get a route or something, so Throg can move around. But Norska is just running out of juice, running out of heat. The Saurus are still fighting. Feral Coldland's still going as well. The cohort of Waddle are very, very healthy. Mazdamundi's healing cap is within sight as Throg continues to do a glorious battle. Norska ain't got the teeth. They ain't got the teeth. What up, Patrick? It's good to hear. Can you guys still hear the game at all? I usually try to aim for it to be about half as loud as I am, but if you can't hear anything, let me know. Ruination of Cities going through those last throwing axes, gonna route them off. These other ones are out of ammunition. It looks like a banishment is gonna hit them. Throg terror routes, and that might just be the end of Norska, but on the far side, actually a pretty big play. Rev Crystal is routing, and all of a sudden these Croxagors are all alone versus anti-large and armor-piercing units. And they're getting dragged down, so all of a sudden that pocket went terribly for the Lizardmen. Maybe that's Norska's way back in as this blob is forming. Is there a Pit of Shades? I think that caster actually committed back into the fight and fucking died. Because if there was a Pit of Shades right now, that would be juicy. That would be juicy. Throg continues to do battle, and this isn't over just yet. Javelins are back in, throwing at the court of Waddle, who are fighting the Marauder champions. Skinwolves abandon that fight, realizing that they might have to do something over here as other Skinwolves are terror routing off. Throg is getting close to natural routing, but he paths his way out. Oh shit! Norska's back, baby! Throg's not gonna die. Sure, they don't have a fucking caster anymore, but who gives a shit? As their javelin throwers are still doing good work. More horsemen dive in and immediately dive out. Skinwolves are all routing, and will that cause an army losses cascade? It looks like it will. And just as the Norskins get hope, all of a sudden their horrible leadership comes back to bite them. Horrible sometimes. Sometimes Skinwolves will fight to the last man somehow, but most of the time Norska's shit leadership is one of their weaknesses. Throg appears to be the last man left standing. Curse the Midnight Wind on him with a little bit of spell amplification. Makes him very weak. And Norska's trying to rally, but that is a lot of dinosaurs against one poor troll. Even if he is covering himself in mist somehow. Mazdamundi takes a big shot to the chops. Throg is fighting his ass off to stay in this game, as Skinwolves and Marauder Horsemen and all this shit are coming back, all of them trying to do stuff. Sore Scar Veteran's still like full HP after all this nonsense. The shielded old ones keeping these feral cold ones in the fight, though they will start to rout. Can Norska get a mass rout of some kind against the Lizardmen, get some momentum in the other direction as Throg continues to whoop all of the ass There's army losses. Finally, Throg could not solo carry through this game. Are you using the 3x3 ban matrix? Nah. One global ban apiece, pick one, ban three. I like to keep it nice and simple for new player tournaments. In new player tournaments, in general, people don't know every single faction in the game. They just know a couple that they like. So I try to keep it as simple as possible rather than make it complicated, because that might disincentivize some people who are like, listen, man, I just want to play Beastmen or Greenskins and call it a day. I don't really want to do all this nonsense. So, yeah. Throg did great. Marauder Champions Grey Opens also did well. Skinwolves did fine. Pit of Shades Casters did okay. Dogs did fine. Javelin Throwers did well. Marauders did okay. But with all the healing of the Lizardmen, you're going to need stuff to like triple pay for itself. Croc Scores did well. Saurus Scar Veteran honestly did fine. Healing did fine. Saurus paid for themselves. Frail Cold Ones and Jab Skinks mixed, but overall good. GG's. G's. Saurus are badass, that's it. What up, nachos? Saurus are based. Saurus are cool. I don't think they're very good, but they're very cool. Alright, what else do we got? So first round for Longboy and Frea is done. I don't have a loser's bracket matchup just yet. I'm refreshing because the bracket doesn't auto refresh. W and Sway, what the heck? All right, we might have a game. Of two players I have never seen before, which would be nice. Nice job, Freak. A good win. Good win. All right. So we are still in the winner's bracket. No loser's bracket matchups are ready just yet. So the loser of what is coming here will be still in the tournament. Apparently, dwarves, ogres, and chaos dwarves were banned for this upcoming game, since we are joining them a little late. So they are already in pick ban. Wondo versus Rakita. And Wondo, I believe, is Swaim on our Discord. Yes, he is. Skaven are greatest, best. I agree. How's everybody doing? Tomorrow's video is me going back to my roots, and I'm very excited about it, though I am not excited about the comments. The comments are going to be shit, and I know that. But, it had to be done. Tomorrow's video bangs. Everybody's like shitting their pants about how good Yuan Bo is, and I have just not had that experience with him. I don't know. I don't think he's a trash lord, but I don't think he's very good. And tomorrow's video will show that in glorious quality. Edwin, you're doing great. Good. Are you showing off silly bug things? It's a little more than a silly bug thing. Yuanbo is like borderline unfucking usable. I don't know. I've had no luck with him. The only good thing about him, well, his execute. So two good things about him is his execute and the fact that he has a net. But the Empire can bring a net caster for like 500 gold, so I'm not really shitting my pants about a 2,500 gold net caster. Yambo is overrated. Yeah, he is. Skaven doesn't actually exist. Lies and slander. Skaven are actually the best raid. Having net is strong for sure. I don't think he's going to be trash, but I think people are jumping the gun a little bit. Yeah. I don't know. We'll see what you think after tomorrow's video. Today's video is pretty good. It did decent numbers too. I've been a little concerned. I've been talking to my admins about channel stuff. Because it's been worrying recently, honestly. And I can understand the reasons why, but that doesn't make it any easier. Because normally with the DLC, my subscriptions spike and then tail off. And then between DLCs, we're just kind of riding at about 3 subscribers a day. So I really rely on those big spikes to get the channel moving. And so far, this DLC has not had the spikes. Like, you know that DLC changes video I did for 3.1? It got like 100,000 views or something like that. I think, more seriously, I think like 70,000 views. The last one I did was sitting at like, I think 2.5. I can guarantee under 10 without looking, but I think it was around 2.5, which is like horrendous in comparison to the normal spike. And subscribers haven't spiked at all. So I think like all this bad press and bad PR, understandable bad press and bad PR on the DLC, has gotten people not watching like videos or something, which is understandable, but it is frustrating for me because it's like, oh god, because Rubber Duck of War had, when he quit, he had 5,000 more subs than we do right now, so almost double. And we've made about the same amount of videos. I think I just passed him in how many videos we've made over a similar amount of time on YouTube. So then it's tricky, because it's like, if I continue to get 3 subscribers a day, that's not, the math is not in your favor. That's like 1,000 a year, roughly. So to catch up with Rubber Duck at the current rate of growth, I need like 4 years. Which is just not, that's not tenable. And that's only to get to like 11,000. That's not even to get into like Dov territory or anything like that. And that's just, that's brutal. So we're worried. We are in fact worried. I'm also worried that Franz stopped flapping his wings for a second. Now he is, but he's doing it very slowly. Yumbo have that full heal in dragon form? No, that's Zhao Ming. That's Zhao Ming. Yumbo is no self-healing whatsoever. What's that man thing in the corner? Looks, sees, handsome. That's Karl Franz. That's Karl Franz right there. So what do we have for builds here with Rakita and the Dark Elves? We have Malice Darkblade. Ooh, Foot Malice. Now I'm interested. Foot Malice, he has been making a bit of a resurgence, as it feels like people took him and Malekith, and then Malekith got nerfed, and everybody saw the new Sorceress tech. Everyone saw the new Sorceress tech and kind of hopped on that bandwagon, but Malice never got nerfed, and I feel like a lot of people forgot that, including me, until Raced all of a sudden started taking it on Vermin League and slapping the shit out of me with Malice like he was soloing entire armies. And now it feels like the rest of the community was like, wasn't there another guy besides Malekith that was like super fucking broken and Malekith got nerfed? Who was that other guy? And yeah, so people are remembering that Malice exists and is still very fucking strong. Then we also have a Sorceress of Shadows with Pit of Shades and Enfeebling Foe. 1 Reaper Bolt Thrower, 2 Shades, 2 Dark Rider Repeater Crossbows, 2 more Dark Shards, Foot Dark Shards, Bleak Swords, Dread Spears across the front line, including the Hellebronai ROR, and some Cold One Knights and Dark Riders in the backfield. And a Harpy in the sky. Don't know if I mentioned them. On the other side, for the Empire. Looks like we have 4 Empire Knights. Whoops, zoomed in too far. We have a Hellblaster volley gun, Karl Franz up on Deathclaw, swordsmen, halberdiers, and spearmen mixed throughout the front line, 2 handgunners, and a life wizard with 3 growth and earthblood. Is it worth sponsoring a more mainstream gaming or RTS channel for a single vid, like Actman or something, someone not silly large? I don't know what you mean. I am confused. I am confused. Yeah, Tequila, that's pretty much what tomorrow's video will show. Will we see Loki or Ramsey guy from Game of Thrones? Probably not. Probably not. Hellblaster volley gun is fucking up some bleak swords right now as a Reaper bolt thrower is returning fire. The Hellblaster is way outranged by the bolt throwers, and even if it got into range, it would have a hard time outdueling it. So I think it's just best to get what value you can out of the Hellblaster while it exists. The bolt throwers won't kill it insanely quickly, so you can at least get a little bit of damage out. Other than that, I'm a little concerned about the Empire's killing power, because this is just a lot of Dark Elf infantry you're gonna have to kill off, and you have some state troops that don't do it particularly quickly. Franz is a great duelist, but that's a good Pit of Shades. Is it overcast? Because if it's overcast, we're about to have a great old time. That looks undercast to me, but Pit of Shades is always hard to tell. Half health off the handgunner, maybe a little bit more, is still pretty good. And the Dark Elf front line is about to collide with our poor hapless state troops. A little bit of clumping up here. But the Empire didn't bring any damage magic to punish something like this, so those Dread Spears will be fine. Empire Knights are going to have to make the most of this, and they do get into the back line of archers with only Dark Riders and 1 Cold One Knight to try and keep these at bay. This is going to be the Empire's main advantage, and they are trying to capitalize on it right now. Piling in, they're more tanky cavalry. They don't do a ton of damage, but they'll still beat up archers pretty effectively. Hellblaster volley gun still has 4 out of 4 shooting models, and it is getting good damage out. Damage value is about even so far. And the skirmish cav is trying to harass Franz while Empire Knights try and keep them a little bit distracted, and Franz is going to land in some shades. He might need help from some cavalry or something to actually get the DPS out he needs, because now he's got 2 skirmish cav gunning him down. He is surrounded by harpies, which might actually provide him with a bit of a shield. You can see the harpies take a big chunk of damage there, but they'll tear her out soon enough and leave Franz actually exposed to his own devices. 1 Empire Knight has been pushed off, so too is the Dark Rider. Now we have 1 uncontested Empire Knight on this side as far as mobility goes. Franz already needs a regrowth, though, from all these armor-piercing missiles hitting him in the face. In the backfield, the Reaper Bolt Thrower is actually just kamikaze dove by some of those Empire Knights, trying to keep the Hellblaster online. Still has 3 models, which is actually pretty good considering how much he was getting shot. And Franz goes for the snipe on the Sorceress of Shadows. She is on a horse, which makes her much more vulnerable. She can't get knocked over like infantry characters can, and Franz's anti-large actually comes into effect. Bounce power and damage value are still very, very close in a well-contested scrap so far. Cold Knights are pushed off by halberdiers, while the remnants of the Empire Knights from that fight chase off these skirmish cabs, securing Franz's position and getting rid of the Sorceress of Shadows all in one swoop. She routes again. Franz is going to try and land another big hit on her, and he does. How are we doing elsewhere? The last healthy Empire Knight is currently fighting some Dark Shards, though they'll have to be careful not to get too close to this Helibroni. The Shades that are sitting here, they're firing at something. I think they're firing at these Spearmen, just auto-firing. I would like them to shoot these Empire Knights, because if you take out the last real mobile element, that frees up a lot of your army to do a lot more stuff. So I hope they take that out. Meanwhile, the Hellblaster volley gun still being online, it is tearing apart the Cold Moon Knights on their advance, and handgunners are going to point-blank fire at these poor Dark Elves. And they just get melted down to 49 HP. 15. And then they have positive leadership until they shatter, all of a sudden. Mouse is still in there. He's fighting. He's doing good things. He's never been the best at just killing, like, infantry, though, so him committing to the frontline fight and just diving all in on it has been a little brutal. Shades look like they took a number out on the Hellblaster volley gun. Wow, that thing did not have a good time. And some spearmen bravely try to stop the Shades. Handgunners are shooting the Shades in the back right now. Pretty good stuff from them. Those, actually, the spearmen are the fucking heroes here. They're holding forever so that these Shades can't turn and shoot or do anything. Franz chases the Shadows caster off the map. Empire Knights are trying to sweep up any remaining ranged forces. There's like a full health, full ammo Shades running around back here. I don't know how much he's going to be able to affect on the game. Bolt Thrower is back online, but it's not shooting at the Hellblaster just yet. It is currently trying to fuck up some handgunners, which there's actually 3 handgunners. I thought there was only 2. Okay. Harpies dive onto the handgunners, just trying to stay alive leadership-wise. And Malice might be hard to take out, but without Spite and without real targets for him to go fight, he has just been stuck killing Chaff, which is really, like, not benefiting him at all. Right? He's a great duelist. And good at debuffing cavalry fights and stuff, but when he's just been surrounded by Empire Chaff, like, he's not dying, but he's also not killing vast swaths of them or anything. How do we join your army of cast new player tourneys? I'll do that in a second in Force. I'll do that right after this game. Primmy promise. Alright. While these guys do a bit of cleanup, I am also going to look for something. Alright. Okay. Alright. Things are looking about wrapped up here. Dark Elves fell way behind on the balance of power and the damage values since that mid-game where everything was all tied up. It feels like the Empire just got into the back line, routed a whole bunch of the ranged units, and those Empire Knights sweeping up the last of the healthy Shades. We'll leave Malice all alone. Army losses soon to take him. But we will see. All right. It is a win for the Empire. Hellblaster Volleygun actually putting on a pretty good performance. Empire Knights also doing quite well. Handgunners did fine. State troops had their bodies. On the other side, for Malice Darkblade, 350 value is just not a lot. Without Spite and without a real target, he did seem to have a hard time participating in anything. Shades did well. Ripper Bolt Thrower did fine. Repeater Crossbow Cav did fine. But the front line and Malice just struggled. GG's. GG's. All right, if you are interested in partaking in a new player tournament in the future, you can join our Discord. The game's called Poopy, the code is A. Perfect. Spec slot, please. You can join our Discord. If you go to the Give Rat Ogre role, you can just ask for it and we give it to you. And then you have access to the Hell Pit chat, where it's like a new player's chat. You have the best of one practice pit that's pretty much quick battles, but with some pick and bans, and the other person won't like corner camp you or be a dick. We have a list of coaches that can help you with every single faction in the game. You can just pick a person that's on this list, DM them and say, hey, Mr. Spearbox, I want to learn High Elves. And they've signed up to be DM'd, so don't worry about bothering them. You're not bothering them. If they ever don't want to answer messages anymore, they tell us and we take them off this list, right? But yeah, if you have that Rat Ogre role, I post tournaments once a week. I switch between North American and EU time zones. So yeah, one of those every week, and then I host other tournaments. Other people host all these tournaments. There's tournaments. So you can hop in. It's a good time. It's a good time. There's also our best of 3 tournament bot that gives you a leaderboard and a ranking and all that shit. But we're starting season 5 with the drop of the new DLC. So I'll do more of an announcement about that when we're close to that. Right now we're in the weird limbo between the end of season 4 and waiting for season 5 to start. Sound good, everybody? Does your Discord have Lizardmen emojis, though? We have the Lizardmen symbol. Swaim, the game went pretty well. It did. It was very, very close, and then all of a sudden, explosion. Not new to this game at all. Should I join a new player, a new more advanced tourney? Forrest, that is a judgment call for you. That is a judgment call for you. These tournaments are self-moderating in that if you win one, your Ratto roll gets changed to a Bone Ripper roll, and then you can't participate in any future new player tournaments. You can play in any other tournament. You can play on the Vermin and Gladder. You can still do all that stuff. It just like marks you as, hey, this guy won a new player tournament. And in the interest of not having like the same person keep joining and keep winning and keep joining and keep winning, this one's good. This one's fine. So like if you join and you're not sure, just play a new player tournament. If you're too good for them, you'll smash them. You'll smash it, and then you'll be promoted out anyway. And if you're not too good for it, well, then you're not too good for it, and you didn't miss anything. So that would be my suggestion. Who is Alexander? He is Imperator Mortis. Rainbow Ungors in your area? Nah, so far we just have blue Ungors. That's what we got. There's something else I was going to say, but I've forgotten now. Ladder, multiplayer. Yeah. And if you want to know, you could play our Vermin League best of 3 bot, and if you get your shit kicked in like 5 times in a row, then maybe you're like, okay, I'll go give those new player tournaments a shot. Or if you like win 2, lose 3, then you're probably not that new. So it's very chill though, right? The only way we're gonna have a problem with you is if you post some racist, awful stuff. Like, sure, but like if you're playing the game, the only reason we're gonna have a problem with you is if you play in a new player tournament, win the new player tournament, and then insist you're a new player and keep trying to sign up for the new player tournaments, then we'll have a fucking problem. But if you sign up once, smash it, no one's gonna care. No one's gonna come after you and be like, hey, you fucking piece of shit. How dare you? How dare you play in our tournament and win? Fuck you. Supposed to play in our tournament and lose. Where the hell is Freaka? I don't know. Is there anything CA can do to make quick play not miserable? I don't know. Darko, I'm not the greatest person to talk to about this because I know there's a lot of people that enjoy quick battles and I just am not one of them. So I don't know. Some people have told me that if you play enough, there's a soft ranking system so that if you play more, you'll get other people who play more, and usually people who play more aren't pieces of shit. So maybe I just never played enough. I played like 4 or 5 games and like 3 of them were fucking terrible, and I decided, you know what, nope, this sucks, and I just started playing in Turin's tournament scene, and then I started playing in Anticity's tournament scene, and then I just made my own tournament scene. But like I really liked getting together with other people where you all just handshake and you're like, we're not gonna be complete assholes about this. Cool. And then I did that. I would rather lose playing against someone who's not an asshat than win or lose getting like corner camped or forest camped or something. And it's not that common. A lot of people I've talked to who just spam the shit out of quick battles tell me it's not that common. I had a very limited experience. It was a bad experience. And then I joined a community that I really liked, so I had no reason to go back and give it a second chance. You know what I mean? Like, I've never been starved for games in the tournament scene. I just go, hey, does anybody want to play? And usually a ton of people did. I had joined a clan, RTK, and there were people there who wanted to play all the time, so it was like, I don't know. I gave quick battles 1 shot. I didn't like it 1 time, and I immediately fucking left. So I'm really not the best guy to ask for those things. It's the equivalent of playing the tutorial of a video game and being like, nope, fuck this. I've played a teeny tiny amount and I'm out forever. Cool, man. Can't wait. I finally have access to decent internet. I've been living on 5 megabytes per second with terrible latency for years now. Oof. Well, Forrest, we're here for you. Where the hell is Frea? Frea's still in the winner's bracket. I understand the ladder board. There's people in the top 10s with thousands of battles and 0 wins. Yeah, the CA leaderboard is fundamentally broken. It's just awful. We have a leaderboard for our Discord bot, if you care about that. Then you realize there are better things than RTK. We had spiritual differences. Also, like, the main reason was just being a streamer in a clan that you're a lower member in was weird, because then everyone would come to me with any of their problems. And it's like, You're complaining to the janitor about the sales tactics of, like, the CEO team. That's like, I got nothing. And people would keep coming to me. They're like, did you know RTK is doing this? I'm like, it's not my problem. I have nothing to do with it. So, yeah, I backed out. And I went solo for a long time. I recently joined the night crew, but that was just because a couple friends of mine made it. And I was like, oh, hey, a bunch of friends of mine are in that clan. And I really missed having a team. That was one thing I did miss about having a clan was, like, if you want to watch a game, but you don't give a shit about who wins, like, oh, hey, it's Phoenix King, who I like, versus, you know, Stingers, who I like, RTK versus XMT, but I like both these players. They're both good people. Fuck it, like, Stingers was in my clan, so I'll root for Stingers. It gives you some stakes when, like, I know everybody in the scene that hangs around my Discord, so I don't really have, like, favorites. So it is nice to be a part of a clan again in NC, where it's like, oh, okay, cool, well, if someone's fighting one of my clanmates, I have a reason to give a shit about the game. Where it's like, oh, hey, go clanmate team guy. Yeah, don't really know what tournament this is. Don't really know what's going on, but I hope you win, buddy. So, things like that. All right, that was a very quick start. So, less faffing about than usual. Guess we'll just get into it. Takamundo does have the Beastmen, a front line of Ungor Spears, Blackhorn's Ravagers, the Goreherd ROR in the distance, sneaking on the Vanguard, 2 Centaurs with throwing axes, 2 Centaurs with great weapons, 2 Minotaurs with shields, 2 Harpies, Bracian of Shadows with Pendulum, Pit of Shades, and the Withering, Kazric One Eye, and we have a Cygor. On the other side, you saw a net, so that means it's Aranessa fucking Saltspite. I have a funny story about her, but I'll get to it later. Salt Lord Scudlers and other deck droppers with bombers, a front line of Zombos, a Vampire Fleet Captain with the summon and the heal, some Sirens for some spooky terror, animated Hulks for a little bit of mass. We have the Shotgun Hand Cannons mob. That's about it. We also have the Gallows Giant. He's a decent pick into the Beastmen, actually. They're lightly armored, so his flaming attacks will do a good amount of damage, and his debuff from getting burnt, god damn it, just show me the thing, is -8 leadership, so that's a bad time. What is a good time for the Beastmen is this very nice surround they have on the far side. Probably like 1 or 2 too many units, but I like the concept overall, so I'll give props for it. Like 1 Harpy and 1 Centaur Great Weapon is fine for what was doing here, but it's still a good wrap up, so I'm not going to get too bogged down in the details. The front line fight is going quite poorly for your friends, the Vampire Coast. Both their flanks are falling apart. The center is going okay for the front line fight, but the flanks are going horrifically bad. Cygor throwing in, getting decent damage down. Bombers pushing off some of the support, but what is going to stop the dreaded Minotaurs as Aranessa walks around? So the briefly funny story about Aranessa is I tried to make a campaign video with her and I fucked it up, so I didn't actually get to release it. I did something dumb, but I did a campaign with her where I lived for 150 turns playing like an AI, where I built an army of just 300 gold deckhand mobs and deckhand mob pistols, and I sat in my island and I just clicked end turn on legendary difficulty and no one fucked with me for 150 turns. And that was gonna be the video, but then I got greedy and I was like, I bet I can win the game now after doing nothing. So I left my island, and as soon as I left, the AI just telepathically knew I left my island immediately took my fortress, and then when my army died, I lost. And it was like, fuck, because the premise of the video was going to be Warhammer 3 is so easy. And it is, but I fucked up. Anyway, just funny that we have Aranessa the day, because that was yesterday I was working on that video. Anyway, Kazrik is very bogged down. So far, things have been going great for the Beastmen overall, but this is going terribly. Actually, it's all just a bait. Never mind. It's part of his master plan. He baits all of these pole arms into the same spot for a huge pit of shades to just eat them alive, and Kazrik took half his health bar for a masterful bait. Meanwhile, the Cygor in the back is under attack by Animated Hulks. I don't know who will win that. Animated Hulks aren't known for their amazing stats, but Cygors are not really either. The Beastmen were kicking tons of ass, and now things have gotten concerning as the Gallows Giant did get orders to point blank shoot these Minotaurs, and he was about to until some Harpies disrupted him. I think he's trying to get another beat on things now. He's going to fire down the line of Blackhorn's Ravagers. This could be amazing depending on where he decides to shoot. Pretty good down the center. Nice clip of damage there. Beastmen are blobbing up pretty hard on the Vampire Coast. The Vampire Coast infantry is quickly fading away, but we have Bomber Bats here to punish the blobs severely, and the Gallows Giant is going to fire into the blob, and I think a lot of dead cows are about to come up. If you like them, avert your eyes. This Gallows Giant is trying to figure out how to shoot. He's obstructed from the giant pile of Beastmen right in front of him. As the Bomber Bats get a little bit more damage down, Harpy's going to push off the last of these undead fools. Overcasted damage hurts the Vampire Caster, but she does get another pistol summon out. Gallows Giant, quit blue balling me and fucking fire at point blank range, you dumb piece of shit. All right, he's gonna turn instead and try and peel the Harpies off of our friends, the deck droppers. And he gets staggered by some Minotaurs, but no, he's gonna do it. He's gonna fucking do it. Nope, he canceled. Aranessa and her bros are still fighting. Animated Hulks are doing their best. But a lot of the Vampire Coast balance of power is in this full health, full ammunition Gallows Giant. So, you know, a little bit of a warning there. Cygor is secured. Animated Hulk's pushed off by these brave Ungor Spearmen. We got ourselves a game on our hands. Kazrik is not looking so hot. The Beastman Caster is also not feeling great. Minotaurs are getting pushed off, but you do still have a Cygor, and as I said, a lot of the Vampire Coast balance of power is locked up in this guy, where if you can get him in melee, you can beat his ass super easily. The Gallows Giant is terrible in melee. Alrighty. Where are we at? Bum, 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 bum. Okay, sorry, I had to message somebody. What did I miss? Did I miss anything? What's happening? What's going on right now? Kazrik is back in the fight. Shadows Caster is nice and safe. Cygor is firing in. Bounce power is creeping back towards the middle as the Beastmen are rallying, getting a bit of a second wind. One of the deck dropper bombers is still alive, a lot of ammunition. Looks like the Salt Lord Scuddlers bit the dust. Sirens are gone. This is gone. That's a summon. Oof, a nasty shot from the Cygor too. Yar. I don't know, I keep wanting to favor the Beastmen here. Like, I look around and I'm like, this looks like it's going pretty well for the Beastmen, but they also don't have a lot. Like, neither player has very much left at all. Those bats got fire at will? I don't know. Now they're just going to throw out these Spearmen herds, who are already shattered, so it's going to be a little bit of a waste of ammo, but I think he did it just as they were shattering. Something happened to our poor little Shadows Caster. He just took a bunch of damage. He is going to rout. Aranessa's after him. She has no more uses of her net, unfortunately for her. Centaurs with their great weapons are currently charging zombies. They could do decent damage against Aranessa if Kazrik has any buffs for them. Yeah, if he throws Apocalyptic Visions down just as they charge Aranessa, they could get some decent damage out. But, oof, the Gallows Giant is right there. And if he hits them in melee, they're also going to get that burnt debuff, and they're going to have a terrible time. Like that. Like that. See the part where they instantly ran away as soon as they said they were going to have a terrible time? Yeah, that's what I meant. Shadows Caster still trying to avoid Aranessa. And a Withering Overcast. That was a ballsy overcast, my little friend. But it does reduce the Gallows Giant's armor down to 45. His leadership is low, so maybe you can get him crumbling. He summons a deckhands mob just from being attacked, and the Cygor hits him in the face with a rock. Classic. Gallows Giant is getting slowly worked down. His little summon is keeping him alive for now, and that Withering Overcast is actually getting the Deck Dropper Bombers to crumble, which is quite good for the Beastmen. Kazric continues to 1v1 the Gallows Giant, doing his very best. Scourge and Deadly Onslaught are popped for him. And another summon is coming out. Are you kidding me? It is Overcast, and the damage applies, bringing her heal cap into view, but that still is a pistol mob at a crucial moment that are going to shoot at Kazric in the back, finish him off, and end the Beastmen's chances in this game once and for all. Crucial summon in the late game here. Brave Shaman of Shadows is trying to come back and do something. Kazric is trying to stop those little pistol guys, but they are shrekking down his limited health pool. Cygor is trying to duel Aranessa, but he is losing it badly. And Kazric's going to rout. With that will be army losses, I predict. And a very good game from these two. Damn. Another good game. Kazric, 1,300 value. Honestly, not bad. Cygor, 1,200 value. Not terrible. I still don't love Cygors. Minotaurs got a lot of murdering done in the early game, but it was against zombies, and then they really struggled to turn the tides on Aranessa. Haha! The tides! Haha! Shadows Caster did fine. Centaurs with Great Weapons honestly did okay, and there could have been crabs that they could have fought. I generally don't like Centaurs with Great Weapons because like their stats can't back up their armor piercing. I don't think they're worth it. I generally prefer regular Centaurs, but I mean, he made good work of them here, so I guess I shouldn't shit talk too much. Harpies did great. They got a ton of value, and the Ungors did what they had to. They were around. Maybe cut the Centaurs with Great Weapons, turn them into regular Centaurs, use the money you saved to get an Archer. Maybe also cut one of these Ungor Spears and get another Archer or something, because Archers in this matchup could be really good. On the other side for Aranessa, Salt Spite, 1,400 value. She was still alive and kicking in late game. Gallows Giant, 1,800 value. Great job for him. This supportive caster ended up winning the whole game, so ignore her tiny damage value, and do remember that the pistol summon that killed Kazric saved the Gallows Giant and won the game. Sirens did okay. Deck Dropper Bombers really had a hard time finding a location and sticking to it. Animated Hulks did okay. Zombies overall did pretty well, except for the hand cannons that got murdered. GG's. Basic Beastmen Lord riding Manticore, that would actually be pretty good. Would be pretty good. All right. Where are we at? Where are we at in losers bracket? Father Ram. No, I have to go watch him. I have to. Hold on. All right. Dabilov. Okay. Father Ramsey was in our last new player tournament, and I was not able to cast him, if my memory serves. So I am going to catch him here. We will be following Will, the Vampire Coast player, but I will not miss Father Ram a second time. I'm doing my best. All right. Where am I going? Father Ramsey. Don't know why I stuttered on that one. Versus Will. If you want to see the bracket while we wait, here we are. So losers bracket. Father Ram and Will. Icarus is awaiting Loser of 14, which looks like Nanwell versus Spinny Vinnie. Kayla is fighting Pra. Big Friday's fighting Matthew, 2K17. So we're getting along. Getting along. Tournament's an hour in, so the night is young. The night is young, my friends. Up in the top bracket, Frea is still waiting for an opponent, though I haven't refreshed in a little bit. Maybe I should do that before we make everything too official. Nope, still waiting. Dragonborn waiting for the winner of Rarger and the Lettuce. Alexander awaiting Ra and Unleashed or Imtiaz. Good to see Alexander again. He's a really good undead player. I haven't seen him in like the last 3 or 4 new player tournaments, so I was worried he got bored of us, which is always a tragedy. Okay. I don't see any super obvious thing. So I'll just message one of the players and ask if he's got a game. The treeman might be a vegan species. True. But is Sunshine vegan? Hey, Joe Turk, how you doing? What's Father Ram cooking? I don't know, man. Hey, Zypher. I bothered the wrong person. No. Will. Yo. I hear you have a lobby. Stegodons and Pistolons probably plants. Where do you think the rejuvenation crystal gets its power? It's the blood of its enemies. Less I am Groot, more I am food. Itatsuki? Dude, I mostly click for everything. I use control groups, so I use 1, 2, 3, and 4 on my keyboard, and then I use WASD to move around. Alright, we have found our lobby. I happen to be hovering over it. We'll hop right in. This is our first of watching Father Ramsey that I can remember. If I have cast your games in the past, then I forgot, and I apologize, but also a lot of names flash by my screen, so I'm doing my goddamn best. Okay, check on some stuff. Human Boy, don't you think that you piss off thousands of viewers every time you laugh, super cringe style? Two questions. One, I don't think my laugh is cringy. I think my life is cringy. Two, thousands of viewers? Thousands of viewers? Where are they? Find me thousands of viewers and I will correct my laugh. Right now we're sitting at 50. So I don't have to worry about my laugh until we get 20 times the viewership. Get 1,950 of your friends to join the stream, then I'll fix it. Until then, I will laugh how I choose. I think Diana, if that's your name, in case I said it incorrectly, I think Diana was saying that like in one of my videos or something, I laughed like a fucking nutter. Which, fair criticism. Nothing I can do about it, but fair criticism. You don't have to like my laugh, but I also can't, I can't fix it. But now they don't have to like stuff. There's plenty of YouTubers that I fucking hate what they do. If I list specific ones, I'm gonna get in trouble, but Grace and I used to watch a certain meme compilation thing, you know, where they collect little GIFs and images from the internet and just put them up. And then it used to just be the video was 15 minutes of just like memes, no interaction with the person at all. And then they started doing this thing where they'd like show up at the start of the stream and then their camera would be at like the top part of the screen and they'd be like commenting on the videos, which were like, no, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. No one's here for that. We're here for the memes. Shush. And like sometimes he would talk over the punchline because he saw something funny in the background where like these two guys are doing a skit and one of them was like drunk Pikachu lying in like a gutter and the other one is Ash trying to get him into like a bar fight where he's like, that Charmander disrespected you. And he's hitting on your girl right now. Pikachu's like, I don't even care. And in the background there's like a shopping cart that's out of control. He's like, yo, someone get the shopping cart though. I'm like, shut the fuck up. That's not the point of the bit. That's in the background and you're an asshole. I don't know. So there's things like that where like certain people might want to watch land battle replays and not have my cringe ass shit. But unfortunately, that's what you get. I love being shitty. What up, Longshanks? Thanks, Joe Turk, by the way. Live, laugh, lobgobos. The goblobber. The goblobber's the dwarven ROR, right? Whenever I see the Hammer of Gork, which is the greenskin ROR, I always want to say the goblobber, because also, it totally tracks. Doomdiver catapults are literally them just throwing goblins at their enemy, so it wouldn't be shocking if one of their catapults also did it. What up, Longshanks? What do you want? Autumn Chan, you like the commentary? Good. No, I just was trying to not make... Is it Diane or Diana? I have to scroll up now. I was trying to make Diana not feel like a jag. Sometimes you can express an opinion and then whoever it is just jumps down your throat and then it's fucking miserable. I don't know, man. I used to watch a good amount of Tyler 1 for League of Legends content. And if he ever said something like really cringe, I would post in his Twitch chat and just be like, yo, maybe don't do that one. And then his whole, like, all these fucking 12-year-olds would just be like, why don't you just kill yourself? Good old League of Legends. Never before have so many 12-year-olds tell me to kill myself. Lower bracket second match is third map. Yes, here. How's the community doing these days? It's fine. Did they appreciate the news from CA? No. Nope, no one did. The GOAT. T1 the GOAT, 6'5", freakish juggernaut. I like his personality, and I like his gameplay, and I like all that stuff. It's just like, now I just don't. If I do catch one of his streams, I just don't comment unless I have something positive to say, because the positive reinforcement circle jerk around that guy is just too strong. And like, if you want to have anything of a nuanced opinion, you just get shouted down. As far as the community, yeah, we talked about it on a recent stream. It's funny, we have the opposite problem from Warhammer 2. Warhammer 2, you had a lot of mid-level and high-level players, but not a lot of new players. And right now, we have a lot of new players, which is fucking great. But a lot of the top-level players are retiring or moving on to other games, and the newer players aren't quite mid-level players yet. Like, some of them are. I'm speaking in generalizations. So right now we're a very bottom-heavy community, where it's like, there's a ton of new people, which is awesome. But there's some, like, there's like 4 tournament favorites right now that are actively playing, and like, they're going to get to the end of whatever they play. So that's kind of where we're at for right now. Doomsage, that's the most flattering thing you've said about me ever. Okie dokie. While we load into this one, let's see if we can try and set up our next game. My God, Frika is still waiting. How is that possible? I've messaged someone about the next game. This is better than how it used to be. If I pick between the two, yes, I would want way more new players than old players, because new players generally have a lot of different ways of looking at the game, and it's just more interesting for me as a caster. Because, like, I was talking to someone about it before the stream. I enjoy meta stuff, like the Dark Elves playing with fucking Malekith back in the day, or like, you know, Bretonnia, Ogre Kingdom, stuff like that. I like watching meta stuff only at the top level. Like the top 10 players in the world, I will watch them play meta stuff. And let's just be real here. I'm not trying to be an asshole. I don't consider myself to be a top player. But if you're not a top player, I have watched so much Warhammer between Turin, which got me into the scene, and then watching some Rubber Duck of War, Logic, Dov plays, and then starting my own channel, so casting all these fucking tournaments, watching all of the replays I watch to make videos for you guys, that when it comes to meta, if you're not the top of the top, I don't really want to see it, because I've seen it a million times done better. And like, I find new players are more often to take something that's off meta or try something different. Even if it's not optimal, sometimes it is optimal, sometimes it's not. But it's just more interesting and it's more fun for me in like just a completely honest, yeah, I've watched the meta 250 times per patch. How could it still be fresh and new and interesting for me? Like, let's just be honest. Not trying to sugarcoat it to save anybody's feelings, but like, I can't watch the same fucking game 250 times and still be like, holy shit, are those Scourge Runner chariots? So like, yeah, if I had to pick between the two, I love watching new players because you get some wild shit, and I like wild shit. It's entertaining. All right, for Father Ramsey and the Skaven, we have a missed position. I don't know if the game started too early for him or something, or if he wasn't ready, but we have Poison Globes very far separated from the central formation. Plague Claw catapults get charged into by flanking Centaurs, though Wolf Rats are quickly going to run back there and try and counter fire. Meanwhile, we have 2 Rattling Guns. One is regular, one is the Teeth Breakers, also firing back into the Centaurs, with Rat Ogres going to support. Front line of Clan Rats and Skaven Slaves, also supported by Rat Ogres, and Lord Skrulk as a caster. For the Beastmen, we did have 4 Centaurs, all in the Vanguard. Some Minotaurs, great weapons, some Gore herds, Ungore herds, and 4 archers, all very closely put together. So if any of those Poison Globes or the ROR avalanche mortars were here, they would get a lot of value. And Rattling guns are tearing apart the poor Jabberscythe. Holy shit! He's getting fucked up. Oh, we also have Embrace Shape of a Wild Traderkin. So Skrulk's days are numbered based on how many Traderkins they can get off, but the Jabberscythe is almost dead as the Rattling guns just mess him up completely. Now the Wolf Rats are peeled off by the Centaurs, who also finished off the Plague Claw Catapult. Some of these infantry or something is going to have to come back and save the Teeth Breakers, but the Teeth Breakers did most of their job. They pretty much killed the Jabberscythe. Poison Globes are all still stacked a little too close on top of each other. But some of the ones in the back are still throwing to protect the ones in the front. So they're getting decent damage onto the Minotaurs, and Rat Ogres are here to trade with the Centaurs. Damage values are very equal, which is nice. It's nice. Rod of Corruption's out from Skrulk, trying to help his front line, and a nice Clan Rat summon is going to shut down some of the archers. So this is good. This is good. Both players making a bit of whoopsies, like the archers all being a little too close together here for the Beastmen, or overextending with Jabberscythe into the Rattling guns. But then for the, for the Skaven, it was a misposition to the Poison Globes and no flank coverage for the Plague Claw Catapult. So both sides having little whoopsies that are getting punished. Looks like the Skaven are getting punished more severely as the Beastmen are continuing to overtake those Poison Globes. Rat Ogres are trying to rejoin that fight, maybe try and save them. Yeah, they are going over there. Some others aren't. And Skrulk is just killing a whole bunch of archers, which is value city for him. And that's fine. Looks like we will be getting into a late game where it's going to be Skaven infantry and their lord versus Beastmen, monsters, cavalry, and their lord. The meta always evolves? Yeah. Yeah, it evolves. I was meaning more in general. You have no desire to runs. Do you think any current Warhammer players will ever play a historical Total War in the future? I don't know. I don't know. I've also struggled with that. I used to play a lot of Shogun. Shogun was my introduction to the series, but after playing Warhammer, I have such a hard time going back to historical titles, usually because they feel janky and very limited. If one had really good mechanics, like the units on the field felt really good, I would probably give it a shot. I don't know about Pharaoh, because Pharaoh's just not a time point that I personally care about in any format. Like when I played Civilizations, I almost never picked Egypt. It's just not something I personally really care about. And it's not like, I don't know, it doesn't have to be a negative thing. Like you can't love every time point in history. It's like, all right, I love medieval. I love the samurai era of Japan. Those are both pretty sick. Anything with guns is pretty much not my jam, and anything before like Greece, not really my jam. So the height of Egypt was before Greece, and then that's just too early in history where my little rat brain is like, nothing existed back then. Beastmen take the dub. It was an honorable scrap back from the little ratties, but it was not enough. Their globes were just not in position. And GG's. Is sitting in a box as Cathay Dwarves advanced attacking roll? Not if you have anything shooting. Yeah, like people are already answering you in the chat. But for anybody else who cares, yeah, if you have like a cannon firing, then you're good. It's like something somewhere has to do something. Not everything you have has to do stuff. Abuse Bellocore, abuse Bronner Horseman, abuse Grail Knights, the rest just doesn't really matter. Yeah. Some players in the losers bracket haven't concluded their maps. It's been quite some time. Yeah, hopefully they get that figured out. I know some people can take a long time for like picks and bans and stuff. As the tournament gets going on, you usually drop out more of the people that don't really have it streamlined, and the end of the tournament goes much faster. But yes, it is also concerning. I hovered over all the values. Hopefully you saw what you needed to see. GG's. Also, another Plague Claw Catapult and another missing way. And our next game is set up even if they are not in a game yet. It'll be Kaelin versus Lettuce. You love Medieval 2? I heard really good things about Medieval 2. I just entered the Total War series in general pretty late, and Medieval 2 was already a little outdated. So I played Shogun, and then my friend got me into Warhammer 1, and we played campaign together. And then I was playing Warhammer 2. Actually wasn't even going to get Warhammer 2. But he got me to get it, and then like Turin popped up on my YouTube feed, and I watched him a little bit, and I was like, oh, that multiplayer thing looks pretty cool. And I joined his tournaments. The rest is history. But yeah, Shogun 2, Warhammer 1, 2, 3. It's been my entire Total War history. I downloaded Medieval 2, but I opened it like once or twice and just didn't really understand what was going on. Way back in the day. Okie dokie. So we should be here with lettuce and kale. Or sale. But the way I said it, it's kind of funny that lettuce is fighting kale. So. See if we can hop in there. I am going to make sure the blocker is up before I enter in case I reveal anybody's builds. Should be good to go. Do you guys think Warhammer is the most male-dominated fan base ever? Not ever. Probably League of Legends, though. League of Legumes. You still have your original copy on CD? Wait, what? Original copy of what? Rome Total War. Yo. Has Legend of Total War YouTuber collab thing got anywhere? Or is the thing dead? It still exists. I'm still in it. I'm running into the problem when I talk about this stuff of people not accepting nuance. Sorry, I have to find somebody for him. Okay. Somebody was asking things. Okay, so for Legend Total Wars thing, there's nuance in this. Legend is trying to help people make better streams and get more viewership and do that stuff. Like, he is trying. And this is not a negative thing about Legend. It is not about his efforts. It is not about anything negative about him. But it does not appear to be working, like, at all. Like, people are asking questions and stuff, but just getting into campaign streaming is the hardest fucking thing. Because it's really, you have to be good at campaign while also being very personality driven, and you need to fill a lot of boring parts of the stream with your own personality. And if you're a random, then people just don't care. And I think that's a big hurdle that he's trying to overcome. So that the program exists, it does not seem to be doing very well. There's a lot of people in there asking for advice. There's a lot of people in there trying to get things to work, and from what I've seen, it hasn't been. But that's not really a slight against him. It's just like, this is a hard format to do streams, because like, I don't give a shit about campaign streams. I don't. And obviously, a multiplayer guy says he doesn't care about campaign streams. Huge fucking surprise. Not really. It's not a big surprise, but there's other people like me too. Or it's just not exciting to watch. Maybe you'll pop in and say hi, or pop in, check out the highlights or something, or watch like 4-minute videos on campaign tips and tricks that can help you out. But I don't think a lot of people want to sit for like, because most of the campaign content out there is like 12-part series at 3 or 4 hours a piece, which is just so much. It's so much to commit to. And there's no way YouTube's going to recommend that, which is also, you're not just fighting the medium that you're portraying as a slow strategy game, which is not, you know, which is not super exciting and big lights and flashy colors and dopamine all the fucking time. It's slow format. So you're fighting against that, but you're also fighting YouTube itself, which does not want that content. Slow bullshit is the last thing YouTube wants. It will never recommend that shit. And if it does, it'll recommend like part 7 of an 18-part stream series, and people are not going to click on a part 7. It's just, so it's tough. But yeah, it exists, to answer your question. You like your cringiness as well as your content. It makes you unique. Not everyone keep up with it, though. That is fair. But also, any criticism against me is incorrect criticism. And I refuse to accept that I should make any changes. No, it's noted. I don't know what I can do about it, because it's just me being me. And if I had to put on a persona to do YouTube stuff, it just wouldn't be worth my time. Because it's not like I make the big bucks off this or anything. I do it because it's fun. And I do hope it goes somewhere. But if it was just like horrible, if it was a slog, I probably wouldn't do it. Yeah. And now, do I amp up my tendencies a little bit? Sure. I just try to be an entertainer. So when something's exciting, I'm a little more loud than I would be if no one was watching. Right. So that was a long way of saying I'm a filthy degenerate and I'm okay with it. RTS in general is hard to make entertaining outside of top level. Yeah. Have you considered doing guides now that there are so many new players? I have an entire playlist for new players. I've done guides, yeah. Yeah. Alright, Vanthus, you must be in heaven right now, because we have a Lizardmen mirror and a Mazda Mundi mirror on top of that. Those old interviews you did? I could do something like that. For now, I did some more new player content. I did an army build guide just very recently. I did a quick intro to each faction recently. We've been doing some other stuff like that. So yeah, there's a playlist for it. Yeah. All right, what do we got for the 2 armies? They're actually pretty different. 5 skink cohorts, and then 5 skink cohorts with javelins. We have Lord Mazda Mundi up on Zlok with a net apotheosis, and then his bound crowd killing spells. 1 Bastildon Rev Crystal and a regular Bastildon. His name is Lewis. Hello, Lewis. I hope you do well. A feral cold one and a horned one on each side. Ooh, wait, no, is that 3 horned ones? No, 2 feral cold ones, 2 horned ones. Got it. Open the door, get on the floor. Everybody do the dinosaur. Yeah, I know the song. On the other side, we have 4 skink cohorts, 3 skink cohorts with javelins, actually 4 skink cohorts with javelins, 2 feral cold ones, 4 feral cold ones in total, another Bastildon Rev Crystal, and Mazda Mundi also on Zlak, also with Apotheosis and Net. The armies are literally exactly the same, and I see no differences about them whatsoever. Just guys being dudes. Just Lewis versus the Shredder of Lustria, who is equally as powerful as Lewis. Go get him, Lewis. Go fucking get him. If I knew... I know the command key! Yes! It's insert! I wasn't sure if I could remember without having the button. We're just gonna watch Lewis. Go, Lewis, go! The armies appear to be advancing. Lewis is trying to get in there, trying to participate. We are inside of Zlok. Nobody panic. Stop panicking. Stop it. Stop panicking. Hi, Ian Zero. How you doing, man? How you doing? Oh, dude, I remember my brother was so excited about Spore, and then it sucked. So the Shredder of Lustria appears to be killing some skinks. He has terror-outed them immediately, and Lewis is on the case! Let's go! Let's go, Lewis! He's fucking going for it! What else is happening on this battlefield, Lewis? Let me just scroll around for a bit. Horned ones are gonna go on the far flank. That seems like a cool thing that they're going to be doing. Meanwhile, a banishment is coming in from the enemy Mazda, and those are very blobbed up skink coats with javelins, but thankfully RN Jesus is here to save the Lizardmen, at least the other Lizardmen. Fucking get him, Lewis! Yeah! Anyway, yeah, so skink javelins are trying to fight back. Lewis is kicking the Shredder's ass. Meanwhile, where are those horned ones? Horned ones are piling into the backfield. Looks like they're going to be killing skinks. So I don't know if skinks is where they need to be. They probably need to be near these feral cold ones, which have lost their orders and are not currently attacking Lewis or his compatriots. Blue Mazda is doing just fine, and Lewis is rampaging straight through those skink cohorts. That is just awesome. Good for you, Lewis. You're doing great. The Shredder in the background is getting a little bit of healing, it looks like. Yeah, he's got the green things going on, so I think he is getting a little bit of healing as Mazda and Lewis and them fight. Where are those horned ones? Where are the horned ones when Gondor called for aid? Is that Shredder coming back? Oh, fuck. Lewis! Lewis! Quit eating those little skinks, you herbivore bastard, and turn around! Lewis, he's coming! Lewis! Oh, thank God, there's a net. All right, Lewis can get out of here and get to safety, or he can keep just fighting random-ass feral cold ones for a bit. Mazdamundi is fighting other Mazdamundi, but this Mazdamundi has a little bit more support. The Shredder is still netted for now, but he'll join us when he feels like it. Feral Cold Ones and Horned Ones for the blue side are wiping out the back line. And I do think if I could see the balance of power right now, it would be in blue's favor, but boy, oh boy, am I concerned, because the net is gone from the Shredder of Lustria, and he is trumble-thumping his way over here, and he's even aiming for poor Lewis. Thankfully, Lewis is a Time Lord and stops time. Only for a little bit. Oh, it's coming. Could it be attacking? What the fuck was that, Lewis? What the hell was that? He teleports into danger to protect his Rev Crystal friend because Lewis is the hero that we deserve. He is fighting the Shredder. We all knew it was going to happen. We knew the legends were true. Oh, why the fuck can I not watch Lewis while he's rampaging? I can't. I can't watch Lewis while he's rampaging. No, little Louie. Little Louie! He's doing his best, though. Shredder's still getting healed up. How are we doing on the rest of the battlefield? Man, Horned Ones are making an absolute slaughterhouse out of the rest of the Lizardman army, but they do probably have to come over and help out with the big fight. Lewis is still in there, vibing and surviving. If he doesn't get a heal, I will fucking riot. I will riot. Just keep this view the entire time. I would have, but he rampaged. I got knocked off. It's a Lizardman mirror? Yeah. All right, Lewis is still in there, and he's back. He's back. We're in. No, get Mazdamundi out of the way. I don't care about that. Other Mazdamundi's now beating up Lewis, or is Lewis beating up Mazdamundi? These are the real questions you gotta ask. Looks like Lewis is getting a heal, if I can shell it from these little green things. We do have skinks coming in. Where are the horned ones? Can we get some horned ones? I see some in the background. I don't see their banner, but you see them running across that field? Oh, they're going for the Rev Crystal. That's smart tactically. While I am worried about our little our little Distillodon friend here, the Horned One's going after the Rev Crystal's probably for the best. Take out some of the healing. And Lewis is tired. He's sleepy. He doesn't want to fight anymore, but he will because Mazdamundi demands it of him. Shredder his mouth parts are awfully close to my boy. We didn't like that. There's too many dinos in this area. It's just it's a whole fucking thing. How are we doing to health bars, lads? Enemy Mazda is about half. Our Mazda's doing fine. How's Lewis doing? Yeah, he's chilling, he's fine. What else is going on? Horned Ones are struggling to hit Distillodons, which is pretty usual. Distillodons have some crazy armor. Horned Ones have great armor piercing though, so I don't really know why they struggle to kill Distillodons, but yeah, I think it's something with the model. Distillodon models are always crazy tanky in melee. A banishment rips through the blue forces, doing a ton of damage. And a Rev Crystal popped something for someone. It was for Mazda. As this Mazda throws out a Ruination of Cities, if it goes down the line of these feral clones, it'll actually do a good amount of damage. Thankfully, they all went off to the sides. They did the minimum amount possible. And Horned Ones are still trying to get good damage off. It's just like, I don't know, man. I don't know why Horned Ones are so bad at taking out large single entities, but they really are. Shredder of Lustria getting more healing. And Lewis is going for a desperate flanking maneuver. How's the rest of the battlefield going? It looks like blue has all the multi-entity models left, and red is pretty much down to just their 3 single entities. I mean, yeah, there's a single Feral Cold one, but that's not exactly what we're talking about. Horned Ones have swamped around Mazda. Now, thankfully for them, Mazda looks like he burned all of his crowd clearing spells, so this is okay. But man, if he had Ruination of Cities still up, that would be a terrible, terrible time. Rev Crystal is about heal capped. Lewis is still fighting. And Lewis is almost paid for himself, so really, we're winning. You healed yourself, you jackass? Lewis is right there, dying for you, bleeding for you, and you apotheosis yourself? You frog asshole. You cowardly lummox. As a mass route comes in for the blue side, a lot of them are fucking off. The Horned Ones are really the only ones staying here, and they just want to go fight Feral Cold Ones for a little bit as they take more damage. Actually, me to decide that Apotheosis would probably be better spent on the Horned Ones than Mazda Mundi there, just personally. Shredder gets netted down. Lewis and the boys still in it. Back at it again at Krispy Kreme. I'm Dabby Love. Should we wait for you, Zahir? Depends on who you are. I asked Imitaz to wait for me. Alright. Sorry, I responded to your question. Red Bonds, the Mundi's healing cap is within sight. Shredder Lustria's healing cap is fast approaching. Distilled on, don't know where its healing cap is. Don't really care. Horned Ones are in here fighting, and they are getting some Apotheosis healing, getting a little bit of love. Rev Crystal for the other ones, so that is good. You're buffing up your extra support. Skinks are trying to rejoin the fight, but as soon as they get close to the Shredder, they're just gonna fucking rout. Feral Bastilled on, continuing to battle on. Bounce power shifted into blue's favor. Look at the thing. Coors Light but milk flavored. I kind of love that. Anyway, look at his damage value. It's 10,000 to 7,000, and it's a close game. The power of healing large single entities is a little obscene. The Bastillodon for blue team is almost routing, which could be a problem because that's like half of your healing gone. Maybe even more than half because Apotheosis is not the best healing spell. Where are we at on charges for these guys? 3 left on the blue, 4 left on the red. Oh god, that's a lot of healing left. The only thing fortunate for the blue about that is that this guy can't heal himself, so after he heals caps Mazda and the Shredder, I mean, doesn't matter how many charges he has left. Okay, we playing. Good luck, Zahir. Good luck, buddy. I hope you or your opponent win. Lewis is still doing his best. The Shredder, honestly, still has a scary amount of health. Like, this ain't over. But Mazda Mundi maybe dying to some Horned Ones is very bad for the red team. Because the Shredder of Lustria is still a Dreadsaurian. He's still a big dinosaur, and he still doesn't have like the crazy OP unbreakable leadership that you see on some units in this game. So if Mazda Mundi dies and he gets left all alone, he will for sure rout. Shredder is struggling to get hits on the Bastillodon. Again, something is weird about Bastillodon models that just makes them super tanky, which isn't necessarily a terrible thing. I mean, it is kind of thematic for like a turtle-looking dinosaur to be hard to kill, but it can be frustrating if you're the other player. We're like, seriously, just kill something. Red's Revivification Crystal is dead, so Mazda Mundi is the only source of healing left, but blue is running awfully low on resources. Their own Rev Crystal is routing, and the Shredder of Lustria is not someone to fuck around with, so I think the balance of power is getting a little ahead of itself. This is not army losses territory, not even close, as the damage value is actually closing. The balance of power is getting worse as the damage value gets closer because balance of power reasons. Blue Mazda chucks down a shield of the old ones, giving everybody damage resistance, but more importantly, when you're talking about the Shredder of Lustria, leadership. That Dread Aversion passive, that just flat out AoE -8 leadership that ITP can't save you from, is brutal. Apotheosis onto this Mazda Mundi. Red, if he wants to stay in the game, needs a shield of the old ones of his own, or he needs Cold-Blooded, because Mazda Mundi's getting way too close to routing for my comfort level. There's a shield of the old ones. Horned ones are terror routing and naturally routing. Fucking Lewis is still in here doing the damn deed that he needs to do as these Horned Ones try and get damage out. One of them gets a Rev Crystal heal, and that Rev Crystal heal might just army loss the red army. There it is. And Lewis lived through it all. Shattered units do not, routed units do. Routed units count like less than they would if they were active, but still they count for something. Shattered units don't count for anything. Blue Mazda, 4,700 value. Horned ones, 3,000 and 2,700. Lewis paid for himself. Let's fucking go. 937 gold value on him, 1,000 on the Helio Crystal. Skink cohorts with javelins for the blue side got just messed up. None of the skink cohorts paid for themselves. For the red side, I imagine they got a little bit better. Oh no, they also all died. I imagine, actually, yeah, the horned ones just running back and murdering them is probably a big deal. Like no value from any of these units. Rev Crystal okay. Shredder 4,000, Mazda 3,000 for the red army. That one is for the lizards out there. Thanks, Lettuce. Thanks, Lettuce. It was a good game. All right. We contacted... I need to re-see the name before I even attempt it. It's not like a normal word I'm used to saying. Imtiaz and Spinny Vinnie. I contacted Imt ahead of time and told him to wait for the stream. So hopefully we can hop into that pretty quick. All right, sorry. It's catching up on some messages. I have been sent a password. We'll be watching Spinny Vinnie versus Imtiaz. He says, as he joins as a player like a fucking idiot. Come on, human boy. Get it together. Get it together, man. Best of one? Yes. Best of one, double elimination. I like to switch it up between best of one and best of three, but this one is best of one. Spinny Vinnie is here. Loki is here. And we're ready. We're ready for another game of League of Legends. Are there any other boomers in the chat that play League of Legends like me, or am I alone these days? I don't play a ton, but I play with my brother from time to time. And then if I'm watching pro League of Legends, I sometimes get the itch where if I have an awkward 40 minutes and I don't really want to like boot up Dark Souls, remember where I am, and get stuck in the middle of something, and then I run out of time, so I'll just boot up League of Legends. I have something to say about League, but if there's no one here that even plays, then I'll just shut up, because there's no point. All right. If you are super interested in the tournament in general, for the winners finals, we have Dragonborn waiting for the winner of Frea and Nahuel. Then Ra Unleashed waiting for the winner of that. In the losers bracket, where we've been chilling out, we are getting to the tapering, right? Where you have all these people getting slowly dropped out, and then we'll streamline pretty quickly. So we're up here with Imtiaz and Spinny Vinnie. The Vinnie that's Spinny. Excuse me. So we'll see how that goes. I don't know what's going on up here. This whole arc got really slowed down. And I'm noticing the same name keeps getting slowed down. Like Spinny Vinnie and Nahuel were taking forever, and now Frico and Nahuel seem to be getting held up. So I hope everything's okay with like his internet and stuff, because if he goes far in a tournament with like really dog shit internet, that can get awkward super fast. The only thing I know is if you play Jin Top, Kale, that's fair. What up, Platty dude? Platty, how are your videos doing? With the DLC content. I was bemoaning earlier in the stream that my viewership, after a patch, my viewership usually spikes, and this spike is much lower so far. We'll see if it grows, but so far it's been much lower. Played for ages, was plat for a while. As soon as work started taking up most of my time, I was diamond 1 or 2 at my peak. Okay, Vanthus, I see. All right, so we got enough people for me, at least in my thing. Dude, I am so pissed right now that whenever I go to fucking play League of Legends, like, Platty and I experienced it on our co-op stream. That was fun. We had a good time. But I had this Scion top lane versus my Shen, and I pick a tank for my team so I can group up with my team fight with my team, and do team stuff in this team-based game. And enemy Scion just grabs all the split pushing items he can and slams his face into my tower again and again and again and again. And he keeps getting ganked and he keeps dying, but he just does it again and again and again. And he ends up like way stronger than any of our people who are killing him and getting money off of his dead body. He somehow keeps getting stronger than them for just running his face in and dying. I don't know why. Stream did real well. Great to hear. Sorry the videos just did okay. So I thought it was a one-off game because of Scion. And then I start queuing top lane because it is my favorite role. I love playing big tanks. That's just what I do. And my top opponents are, in this order, if I remember correctly, Zeri, Scion again, Aphelios, Zeri again, and then I think it was Aurelia. It was Aurelia or Fiora. Doesn't matter. The problem is all of them, just all of them, sit in a side. It was Alawi. It was Alawi. It was not Aurelia. I was thinking of an female champion, but it was Alawi. All of them just sit in the side lane and push. It doesn't matter how much they fucking die. I had an Aphelios top lane that just AFK pushed. That's all he did. And I didn't get to play the game. I just had to like 1v1 clear waves with this guy, and it was just watch your team simulator. And we're like, hey, is my team winning? Cool. You lose, other guy. Oh, is your team winning? Cool. I lose. This is a fun interactive experience we're having up here in top lane. I would like to go roam to my team, but I get actively punished for that because you just clear like 50 waves in a millisecond and take out 3 towers in the time it took me to walk to Dragon at level 5? How are you fucking killing so many turrets at like level 5? And it's bullshit and annoying and stupid. I hate it. Have you considered playing Scion? No, because I just want to play, like, yes, I know he's a tank, but I don't want to play AFK split push bullshit. I want a team fight. I want to play, like, the game with all the other people in the game. I don't want to be like and I know there's the top lane island and all that stuff, but it's never been more literal where like it is actively incorrect in the current state of League of Legends to leave top lane. It's like, what? Because here's a real example of what I'm talking about. I was set top. I have teleport. I teleported to a dragon fight. We got 3 kills and the dragon, and the enemy Aphelios had red-white guns. He pushed up to my tower, took a tower. By the time I recalled and walked back up there, he took the other fucking tower. He took 2 towers. He got a 300 gold bounty off that shit. I got like a kill and 2 assists. And the game was like, yeah, he did the correct thing. You winning an entire team fight for your team and getting a dragon for your team was wrong, and we're gonna punish you for that. It's stupid. It's stupid. Okay, rant over. It's so fucking dumb. The top lane experience, yeah. I know. I wish they would make tier 2 towers like a lot tankier. That way, like, yeah, if I split, because that exact scenario just shouldn't happen in my opinion, where if I go and do a good play with my team, I sacrifice my personal lane experience and I sacrifice my tower for a dragon and a bunch of kills. Okay, fine. But the fact that I also sacrificed a second tower because the tier 2 towers are fucking made of paper. Oh, okay. Okay. All of a sudden this isn't worth it. Because also tier 2 towers are worth like way more money than the tier 1s, right? So they're squishier because turret plates. Turret plates keep the tier 1s safe for a while. But they're squishier because they don't have turret plates, but they're also worth more gold than the base tier 1 It's stupid. It's stupid. I hate it. Yeah, Cypher, that's fair. Fly? ARAM's the way to go? Yeah. No, I know that. I know that. I was just expressing my frustrations. Look at this good puppy. Look at this puppy. Look at her. Look at the puppy. Look at this puppy. She just wants some love. Do you want some love? Do you want some love? Look at this puppy who just came up here all by herself. Oh, she's such a big girl. No, you're a very tall and very heavy dog that you are just standing on me. Okay, hello. Sweetie, I gotta cast the game. Okay, what do we got? Just using the arrow keys. Outriders, grenade launchers. Pistoliers. Looks like 4 pistoliers and 2 outriders with grenade launchers for the Empire. Yeah, that is a lot of skirmish cap. Hi, sweetie. Hi. You're pulling Dad's arm very far away from the keyboard. 2 Demigryph Knights with halberds. Oh boy, that is spicy. 1 great cannon. A very paltry amount of state troops. An Earthblood caster and Karl Franz. Do you have regrowth, my friend? You do have regrowth and Earthblood. All right, dog's gone. We can do this much more efficiently for round 2. For Chaos, wow, these are 2 small armies. These are very small armies. We have Chaos Warriors frontline, armored Chaos Trolls with Chaos Warriors of Khorne with dual weapons, the Severed Claw, Chosen with halberds, Archaon the Everchosen, and 2 Martyr Horsemen throwing axes. Oh boy, Chaos might have a really bad time. I thought we were talking Minecraft here. Of course, we're always talking Minecraft. This is going to be a pretty bad time for Chaos. Because those Skirmish Cav pretty easily can 6v2 these Skirmish Cav, and then all of your agency is just gone. And it's going to be the Outriders, Grenade Launchers, Kiting, Chaos Warriors show. The Empire player could make a mistake, but I think the ball's in his court. And I don't want to be a dick about it. Like, playing Kite is difficult. I don't play Kite particularly well. I make mistakes all the time. But benefit of the doubt, if both of these armies are played perfectly, I think Empire wins 10 times out of 10. So, we'll see. It'll have to be about the Empire player making mistakes and the Chaos player punishing those mistakes. Because he just has no... He has no agency, is why I say something like that. Like, it's not about player skill or anything. It's just like, this build can outrun you, can outshoot you, and it's entirely on them to get caught. Like you can see here, step 1 complete. You took out the Skirmish Cav, your only threat. But here's where, like, these mistakes have to be punished, and it looks like so far the Chaos player is doing that. Like, Loki got a little lost in the sauce, lost track of where his second unit of Skirmish Cav is, and they get caught in the trolls and take a bunch of damage. Like, that's exactly how Spinny Vinnie can try to win this game, but you need to wait for those things to happen. Archaon running away from the Demigryph Knights with halberds and Karl Franz as I get a Charlie horse, and it hurts a lot. Okay. All right, we have stabilized. Single faction tournament? Yes. Grenade launchers and pistoliers trying to shoot into the forest at these trolls and whatnot, not really going their way. As a cannon tries to shoot. Oh my god, that hurts so much. Oh, are we good? Oh god. Okay, I'm back. Armored Chaos Trolls take the fight with the Demigryph Knights. Thankfully, the Demigryph Knights at least wake up enough to countercharge, otherwise they would have taken a bunch of free damage. So this is still going to be a good trade for the Empire overall, but could have been worse. Archaon running around, dodging all of the cannon shots as the Chaos Warriors just try and find a home, as more Demigryph Knights catch more armored Chaos Trolls, and the Pistoliers are quickly taking out those little Chaos boys. The Chosen find a fight, and they are chunking through the demigryphs. Ooh, Loki has to notice that this is happening. Get the fuck out of here pronto, and he does. He starts giving them orders to run away. They need a regrowth, and fast. They're already dropping models. They're down to half of their models they started with. And Franz does a really cool animation I've never seen him do before. Ooh, but he has the regrowth, and that's a mistake, because he's already very healthy, and then now the demigryph knights don't have it, and Franz is surrounded by Chosen with halberds. Okay, he's just pathing out of there. He's fine. I was wondering if it was one of those situations where like Franz would get stuck, because in most situations he can just path through infantry like a boss, but you never know. Sometimes he can't. Oh no, fly. Oh no! I've never played Minecraft. Is that bad? Is Turin not hosting events anymore? He only does Dom stuff as far as I know. Maybe once a week? Maybe once a week? Most of his stuff is very like last minute late night stuff, so I might be in bed by the time he announces them. I don't know. Franz dives in onto Archaon, and honestly so far this is going a little better than Chaos could have possibly hoped, but still not going great. Like, they got an entire demigryph because of that little pick with the Chosen there. The other demigryph knight's at half HP, but oof, Archaon getting slapped down by Karl Franz with all of his buffs popped is exactly what the Empire needed to put the nail in this coffin. Demigryph Knights and Halberds charge back in as well, getting more damage onto Archaon, and Franz just takes off mid-battle because he felt like it. He had to get going, you know, he had a meeting to get to or whatever. More skirmish cav closing in on the back line. These Outriders, grenade launchers, wherever they are. There they are. Absolutely raining hell upon State Troop and Chaos alike. But you know what? Sometimes it's just about the violence. Archaon is about to rout any moment now, and without him the battle is surely lost. Empire's up about 2 to 1 on damage value. And yeah. Oh, this is just juicy grenade value right here. Firing into these guys. Grenades don't have the best armor piercing, but I mean, they just have a high enough missile strength that they can still punish that. Archaon slips out! Oh my god, the mad lad, the legend! He sprints into some pistoliers. All of the skirmish cap turn to fire at him. But wait, do those Outriders, if the Outriders fire, they'll just fuck up their own pistoliers. Grenade launchers, you better not. You better ignore those orders, Mr. Outriders. All right, it looks like they did. They will fire now that Archaon's out in the open. So good job, Outriders, not completely fucking over your own team. And Franz is low? What happened here? What's going on? Franz is all of a sudden getting his shit kicked in, but he does manage to still beat Archaon. Oh, he was fighting in those Chosen again. Those wildly Chosen. They probably have insane value. 1400, but yeah, pretty good, pretty good. Franz manages to kill Archaon, though now he's in front of the Severed Claw, taking a bit more damage, and Earthblood will try to keep him in the fight. Army losses will hit. The Empire wins. Franz got good value. Demigryph Knights with Halberds did fine. The Outriders, grenade launchers did really well. Cannon honestly did okay. Pistoliers did all right. Spearmen held way longer than I would have suspected. Archaon did fine. Chosen with Halberds did great. Good job, little Chosen. So proud of you guys. Chaos Warriors struggled. Armored Chaos Trolls struggled. Everything struggled a bit just because, like, as soon as we loaded in, it was going to be tough to deal with this Pistolier build with just heavy infantry. Spoof, it's okay, man. Shit happens, brother. I appreciated some of the fun Archaon times. It was an exciting game. I was very chill. Stream! I saw the bracket and I was like, ooh, we could catch Rarger. Oh no, he already beat Dabby. Okay, that's fine. That's fine, never mind. I thought it was him versus Dabby and I tried to catch him quick. So what do we have? Swaim and the lettuce? Okay. Hang on. Rarger, we will catch you next. Wait for stream. I haven't gotten him on stream yet, and I did want to catch him, which is why I was so aggressive about, like, he hadn't reported his score just yet, so I thought he was fighting Dabby. But yeah, so we'll catch Rarger next. I'll see if Frea and Dragonborn are available for us to fight. They're in the winner's bracket, but I don't know where Swaim and the Lettuce are just yet. I know Nahul and Wilcars are probably still fighting, and I don't know. Nahul seems to be having a tough time, like, getting through the stuff quickly, so I don't want to make them wait for stream or anything. I just want to keep them going as quickly as possible. So we'll see if Freaka's around. Looking for a lobby that looks familiar. Freaka. Spec slot and lobby code when you can. All right, so we'll pop up, see Dragonborn and Freaka, then we'll pop back down and see Rarger fight whoever. And that'll be good. That'll be good. I am going to join their lobby and then take a business tinkle. Who do you want to root for in this tourney? Fucking Longboy. We're always out here rooting for Longboy. All right, we have two people that haven't been on stream. No, we watched Freak earlier, but we have not gotten to see XMT's Koala Duck. So that'll be fun. I'll be right back. Or I won't. You never know. That's the spice of life. I'm back. Vampire counts, readied up. Looks like Freaka's playing Lizardmen behind the blocker. I mean, he's building a build for Lizardmen, so it'd be weird if he wasn't. Longboy is not crying in the shower. Longboy's living his best life. Because we love Longboy. We have 62 people watching. So, You think you need more training? We do have coaches for that big Friday. I'll also try to run some more of... I used to do it a long time ago where it was kind of a lobby. I'd host a lobby and just let people join, then I'd comment on their builds and stuff. But I've been really, really busy. So, I'm sorry, I am not there for you all the time. My friend. But yes, Big Friday. We have the coaches. We have the best of one practice pit to try and help. I know it's not always the most active, especially now, right before a DLC. It can be really brutal to find a game. 100%. But if there's anything, I mean, like, if there's anything we can do to help out, shoot me or one of my admins a note, and we will try our best. We're doing our best every day, all day. What faction mechanics do you want them to rework, like martial prowess or murderous prowess? Murderous prowess sucks. Definitely rework that. Because it's like, it's just not... It's not interactive. It's not a mechanic that the Dark Elves can plan around. It's not a mechanic that the enemy can plan around. It's not a mechanic that feels like it has a big impact. It's just like, oh, that thing popped. Okay, and then we're off. Okay. Like, it's a nice buff. I'd rather have it than not, sure. But I'd also rather have something that was, like, any good whatsoever. Can't decide which faction I should concentrate on? Oh. What kind of things do you like? Do you like monsters? Do you like rush? Do you like infantry? Do you like shooting? These tourneys are a lot of fun, Ra. Yeah, they are. You keep slamming the top bracket, and you're going to get to finals again. And then I'm going to completely fuck you over with the style of the tournament again. And then you're going to get mad at me again. They're great. They're a blast. I love being yelled at. No, Ra doesn't yell at me. That was a joke and a lie. Yeah, so I would rework Murderous Prowess. I don't know what I would rework it to just yet. I'm still thinking about the overall concept of the mechanics. Because not a lot of factions have entire faction mechanics. So for the ones that do, I think Nurgle needs another pass. Nurgle's tier 2 and tier 3... Yeah, sorry, just tier 3. Nurgle's tier 3 ability really sucks for some reason. And it also doesn't feel like he accumulates his value for his army ability as he should. Like, I don't know. If you play Tzeentch or Slaanesh, you learn that you can get a lot of army abilities out very quickly. And if you play Khorne and Nurgle, you're like, huh, if I get a tier 3 this game, I am lucky. Khorne is definitely the worst off as far as that goes, though. So Khorne, Nurgle, Dark Elves could use another passover for what their army abilities are. Harmony with Cathay, if you count that as their army ability, then yeah. Yeah, that one's trash. That one needs a complete overhaul. I don't mind the Kislev one, but there's a lot of people that don't like it because Unbreakable is annoying. So those would be the key ones. But we got to talk about the game. I can't answer your questions anymore. Hi, Knighthood. How you doing? All right. For the front line, we have more Saurus Warriors. It would not be a new player tournament without Saurus Warriors spammed out to make Human Boy feel like a jackass. We have the Star Chamber Guardians, Temple Guard. We have more Saurus in the background just to make me feel more and more shitty. Some skink cohorts. We have a Slann Mage Priest of Fire. Yes, this is my favorite Slann. With Fireball and Flaming Sword of Ruin. Never mind, those spells suck. I hate this Slann now. Then we have another Saurus Scar Veteran with the Plaque of Dominion and just his general badassery. On the other side, we have a Strigoi Vampire Lord. Exciting to see after many a year of just Blood Dragon Lord. I think Blood Dragon Lord is better, but I appreciate just some new sauce, some new tech. We have Invocation Hex, Soul Blight, and then his self buffs. Interesting. And a Fireball hits him right in the face. On the other side, we have Graveguard, 4 of them, 2 Corpse Carts to offer them some stat buffs, 2 Blood Knights, 2 Fellbats, and 2 Dogs. Again, this is the first time seeing Qualiducks. When I say again, I mean in general. Is that... that's an Engine of the Gods. That's an Engine of the Gods. Oh my god, it's an Engine of the Gods. Never mind, it's going off course, but it was kind of cool for a little bit. This feels like another one of those builds where I'm like, where's the other 3,000 gold? I'm missing a bunch of units here. Yeah. Yeah, Frea is here, and Frea brought a goddamn ancient stegodon with the engine of the gods that is now surrounded by blood knights, and ooh, the Strigoi vampire lord smells blood in the water. He is coming in, and he's gonna kick that thing's ass. All right, ancient stegodon's in a bit of trouble. Meanwhile, the Saurus front line is slamming these Graveguard. Those Graveguard are not having a good time at all. The Rev Crystal is also isolated by Blood Knights, so ooh, this is awkward actually. Both big dinosaurs are completely isolated right now with no support. Their infantry is trying to get to them, but it's too slow. A banishment from the Salon Mage Priest of Fire tries to get those Blood Knights off the Rev Crystal, but it's really not working. And this could be huge. If Frea loses both of his dinosaurs right away, this could be GG. I don't know though. Hey, charge animation gets him back into the fold. Quick fireball goes over the head of the Strigoi Ghoul King, because of course it does. Why wouldn't it? Some of these Saurus Spears probably want to walk up. Now, I'm sure he doesn't want to over blob, is probably why they're being so reserved, but they need to protect the Ancient Stegodon for now until he can get healing from the Rev Crystal. Unless the Rev Crystal dies, then he can get healing from shit. Then he's just gonna die. Engine of the Gods does have one more volley left in it. I wonder where it will get used. It probably has to get used sooner rather than later, because these Graveguard aren't going to last forever, and that's your only real good target. If you can hit the dog, sure, it'll do a lot of damage to dogs, but dogs are a cheap unit, and also, like, you can see how well the dogs are doing when a dinosaur even looks at them. So the Graveguard would probably be what you want. But that is a brutal, terrible loss for the Lizardmen. That Bastiladon getting routed is maybe game losing, because without any healing, all of this damage is going to stick. Like, that Slan is just gonna have to run for the Strigoi Ghoul King forever. Can't heal up the Temple Guard, can't do anything like that. This is tough. Blood Knights abandon their pursuit of the Bastiladon, though, and they do try and charge the Ancient Stegodon. Now they start to run away as they realize there are Saurus everywhere. I think what they're waiting for is kind of waiting for the Rev Crystal to run into the open where they can hit him. And they get a nice half rear charge on these Saurus Warriors while some of the Cav models were just running off, some were charging. But yeah, now that the Bastiladon isn't walking back into elite halberds, you do need to get those Cav over here and get it. Because if that thing's allowed to rally, ooh boy. Oh, it can't. It cannot heal itself. So it actually is, that thing's probably fucked. But still, one good heal in the Ancient Stegodon would be nice. As the Engine of the Gods comes in, the Graveguards start to dodge, the Blood Knights start to dodge, and the Star Chamber Guardians start, everybody starts to dodge, and we are quickly learning why you don't see much of the Engine of the Gods, because a super long cast time with very little payoff and a high price point is not exactly amazing. The Saurus Scar Veteran is also getting pushed off. Where are we at? How are we doing? What's going on? Who's around me right now? We do not have any summons from the vampire counts, by the way. Just so you know. So the infantry they have is all the infantry they get. Ancient Stegodon's back in the fight for now. Barely. And the Rev Crystal's back, baby! Does it heal the big boy? Come on. Come on. You gotta go heal the big boy. You gotta go heal the big boy. No, not the big boy! Oh, he is dead as hell. Alright, at this point, it's actually probably best to heal the Star Chamber Guardians. Because Big Boy's already routing, he's like dead, so don't bother. Just heal the Star Chamber Guardians. I saw his little whoosh go off. Okay, hit the Salon Mage Priest of Fire. Not a bad choice. I don't think it's optimal, but it's not bad. Vampire counts are down to 2 quite injured Blood Knights, who are going to immediately kill off the Rev Crystal. Some very close to dead Graveguard, 2 Corpse Carts, and a healthy Strigoi Vampire Lord. For the Lizardmen, I will not even count the Rev Crystal. That's how doomed it is. We have a bunch of Saurus, the Star Chamber Guardians, and a wounded Fire Slot. You like monsters in range, so Skaven are your most played faction? Big Friday? That's a good shout out. If you like monsters in range, you honestly might really like ogres. You might really like ogres, Big Friday. They're fun. They're relatively easy to play. They have a bunch of very, very cool monster and shooting units. And in the next patch, they get nerfed from being OP into being just strong. So then they're still a strong faction, but people won't hate you for playing them. So yeah, ogres, you might want to give them a shot. You might want to give it a good old shot. Does the Engine of the God hurts friendly units? Yes. But, yeah, Lucinia also said something that's very key, though. Like, playing what you enjoy is more important than playing what's optimal if you're trying to have longevity in the game. Because otherwise, if you play something that's not fun, you're not going to want to play for very long. Saurus Scar Veteran still trying to stop the Strigoi Vampire Lord, and somehow this fucking guy lived. And the Strigoi Ghoul King just attacked him from like a million years away. Did anybody else see that? That was weird. A little weird looking. Blood Knights think about charging back into Saurus Spears, then decide against it. Do you know what will be nerfed, etc.? Bretonnian Ogres are nerfed. Cathay, Tzeentch, and Kislev are buffed. That's that. Problem with ogres is they are super dumb looking lords. True. We're getting into the hyper late game here. We have some Graveguard trying to return to the fight. The Strigoi Ghoul King is still full HP. We have two very dead Blood Knights trying to cycle charge their way to victory versus an almost dead Saurus Scarvetter and an almost dead Rev Crystal, a supportive Fire Slawn, a bunch of almost dead Saurus, and the Temple Guards. I honestly think the Lizardmen have got this, but it is a close one. It is a close one. The Ghoul King's heal cap is within sight, though, and that brings me a lot of fear for the vampire counts. Because I was kind of under the assumption that he had a lot more healing to go, and if he does not, then the counts don't have a lot of juice left in this game. Trying to cycle charge Saurus, but their meaty health bars, 60 armor, is proving rather difficult for the Blood Knights to really get a lot done. There is a pocket over here that's about to just get burst. If the Ghoul King and the Blood Knights both charge at the same time, they will all get pushed off. But I don't know what you do about 3 spears once the Star Chamber Guardian with the Ghoul King. He's a duelist. He's not going to clear out stuff. And then your only other 2 supportive things right now are cavalry, which spears also will crush. So I think the Saurus are about to get it. What factions need buffs or nerfs that got ignored? I need the patch notes before I can know who got ignored outright. But through my testing, Demons of Chaos could still use a little love, unless demons got buffs I don't know about. So there's a lot of caveats, because we might read the patch notes and it's like, oh, I didn't know Blue Horrors got 5 leadership or something. Like, everything I'm doing is by hand. Sorry, in the game, the Ghoul King is trying to grind while his Blood Knights cycle charge, and we're just going to see if that's enough. I don't think it will be. I think there's way too many Saurus for the poor vampire counts to deal with. But, yeah, Demons of Chaos probably need a little bit more love. Khorne needs more love, again, from what I've seen. Slaanesh got no changes that I saw, so they're probably still dog shit and need help. Wood Elves got a bit of help. I don't think it's going to be enough to make them meta or very strong, but like, they got a bit of help, so if you ask me what got ignored, they didn't get ignored, I just don't think they got enough. Kislev got help through the DLC, though they got nerfed if you don't buy the DLC, which I think is stupid. But you can't pretend to say that that faction didn't get any love. Things like that. So, yeah, I think the big ones I mentioned were true. Demons of Chaos, Khorne, Slaanesh, probably be the big 3 that needed help and didn't get anything. Did you use TotalWarStats.com to compare? For some things, yes, but there are so many units in the game and so many stats to look at that, like, realistically asking me to go through every single unit in the game and look at every single stat and see if there's been any changes anywhere is just not a viable way of making content. Ha, Kroots. Love it. Alright. The Saurus fucking did it. Is the Armored Kossars the only nerf? Yes. But all of their buffs that I've seen so far have come in the form of the DLC units, so if you don't buy the DLC, you technically took a nerf. Is it a huge nerf? No. But Strigoi Ghoul King actually did well. Blood Knights did pretty well. Graveguard did, honestly, okay. The dogs and the bats had nothing to do, unfortunately, just like the nature of the build. They didn't have anything to do, and corpse cards were good and supportive. Salon Mage Priest of Fire got 2,100 value without Burning Head, which is actually very surprising. His banishments and his statue with the spikes must have done that. Stegodon with the giant laser did not do a lot. Star Chamber Guardians did awesome. The Healy Crystal didn't get as much done as I would have thought, but still got a guy. And look at that Saurus value! Oh my goodness. Saurus Spears carrying the day. GG indeed. And then Big Friday with the 8 euros. Thank for that great community. Hey man, Big Friday. We're trying. Like I said, if there's anything you think of that we could do to try and help, for sure. All right. Frea will go on to the winners finals to determine who will be in the finals. I'm going to try and hop back down to losers bracket. And Rarger is still waiting on his opponent. Okay. Things are getting narrowed down now. Up in the top bracket, we have Raw Unleashed and Frea. And then down here, we have Rarger waiting for the winner of Nahwal and Wilchaz. Imtiaz and Swaim. Dragonborn, who we just watched, and Alexander waiting for the winners of those winners. And since Rarger still doesn't have a foe, I think we'll hop up here with Ra and Frea. That seems the best course of things. We haven't seen Ra yet today. Last stream he was on, we only saw him in the very finals, and he got to play one best of one, then he was out. So, which should happen sometimes. But making it to the finals, and then it was super late at night, I was very tired, and I had to get going. So I feel bad about that. So let's get him a little more stream time while we keep waiting for that. All right. Oh, the password's not 123. My default assumption was incorrect. And I've been proven false and a fool. Raw Unleashed versus Frea. Winners finals. Yeah, Demons of Chaos are still not allowed on quick battles. It's a holdover from when they were by far the most overpowered faction on Warhammer 3 release, because they had this is back before any faction had Marauders, remember. So like Nurgle's infantry was just Plague Bearers and Nurglings. Tzeentch's infantry was just Blue Horrors and Pink Horrors. Like, there was no Marauders, no Chaos Warriors, none of that stuff. And Demons of Chaos just had like pretty much every unit in the entire game, versus very half-finished rosters. And then Be'lakor, back when he was wildly OP, so they weren't allowed to be played, and I think that's still just a holdover. Raw doesn't want stream time, too much pressure. If it actually bothers you, I can leave, but this was also just the most convenient next game to stream, because the game I had planned and told the guy to wait for me still isn't ready yet. So I needed something to stream, and I just hopped in here because it was a game that was ready. But if you're uncomfortable being on stream, I can certainly try and avoid it. I can't avoid you in the finals, so if you make it to finals, that's just going to happen, and I'm sorry. And if it, like, physically upsets you and you're, like, vomiting out of pressure, then I would just kindly ask you to forfeit if you make it to finals and don't want to be on stream. But yeah. When is there a mentor-mentee league if people are up for it, like some mentor-teacher Padawans before they pit them against each other? I know Cool Umbrella and Coops and some other people have been trying to get something together like that, but it never really goes anywhere. And I am very maxed out on my time right now, casting the events that I have and organizing the events that I have. So yeah, if you want something like that, you can ask around my admin team. Some of them are looking for fun projects to work on. I just don't really... I don't have the bandwidth right now, unfortunately. All right, I'm abandoning this ship. I don't give a shit. Ra, if you're still out there, your wish is granted. The game I was waiting on with players I have never spectated is ready, so I am going to go join them, and I will see... Because for anybody who's like, what the fuck? That's fucked up. If you look at the bracket, the loser of that game with Ra will end up here. So either we will see Ra in finals, or we'll see Ra here. So we will see Ra. But if I don't spectate this game, I will never get to see who Rarger was. And I'll never get to cast one of his games. So in the interest of trying to give as many people stream time as I can, mathematically this is the best way. And this is also the back of the tournament. So if I told them to wait for me while we did an entire game up here, then I'm slowing down the whole tournament. So there, you got a little behind the scenes on how I make my decisions. But we do prioritize getting as many people on stream and letting the tournament run as swiftly as possible. We have seen actually neither of these players on stream because MTK Boynia Roja was the one that was moving slowly through the bracket, so I didn't want to slow them up anymore. I've played them before. They did fine. Yeah, they did fine. But that's all I've seen of them is I played them once, not on a stream. Or did I play them on a stream? I did. I played them in a Friday Night Fight stream. So it was best of one, actually. So I don't have a lot of experience with them. And I've never spectate Rexies. What does ODM and RTK stand for? ODM is Odor de Malta. It's a French thing, and RTK is the Round Table Knights. MTK is something Troll Kings. It's a Spanish clan, so I don't understand it. How do you join a clan? Usually just ask someone in that clan. I'm in NC, the Night Crew. We have just a bunch of random fucks, and they're playing all the time. They're playing all the time. We're not the best clan. Like, we don't have the best players, but we do have a lot of players, and we have a lot of players who play a lot. There's a lot of new players in our clan, too. Well, I guess they're not so new anymore. You know? Because they were new to me, but then I think about when they started playing, and that was like 8 months ago. Time just flies. But yeah. We don't... And when I say we don't have, like, the best players, it's like... There's no one in here that's slammed multiple giant cash prize tournaments. We have Strat Game. Strat Game's probably our best player. Like, I'm just thinking, yeah, it's probably Strat Game or Lenorm. Those two are both really good. And Strat just won the last ODM tournament, which is sick. So we have good players, but, like, you know, ODM has, like, Alfredino, Cal Harmon, Razel, who won a bunch of stuff in the past. RTK had Vicious Satsuma, won a bunch of stuff in the past, but most of those names are retired now. VM had Void Laws when he was a part of VM, now he's not. They have Berserk, who's still really good. They had Caradoc, who was really good, but I haven't heard from him in like 6 or 7 months. So, yeah. NC is probably the currently most active clan, and we have a lot of mid or upper tier players, but not like the single hard hitter name drop gonna win every tournament in the world. It's like, yeah, Strat's good, Lenorm's good, Cool Umbrella and I are probably a tier below them, but we're both solid. And then there's a bunch of mid-level players. Lamb Sauce King has been getting pretty good. Pretty darn good. Boojalicious comes and goes. He's been trying streaming a bit recently, but when he plays a bunch, he's good. And then he'll like fuck off, play a different game for a while, come back, play like shit, fuck off, play a different game for a while, come back, play pretty well for a couple months, then fuck off, play another game. Yeah. And I could go on and list a whole bunch, everybody that's in the clan, but yeah, so. NC's a good clan if you want to join that. I'm part of it. It's fun. It's chill. ODM and RTK, you probably just have to look for somebody with that in front of their name and ask them, and they'll tell you. Last time I tried to promote RTK, they yelled at me, he said jokingly. They said they were not looking for more recruits at the time, so I was barking up the wrong tree by promoting people to them. Is LS still active? No. No, I think LS is mostly doomed. Yeah. There's a bunch of good clans out there. Not all clans are amazing clans, but some are good. There's also usually a clan for every language. If you're like, man, I speak Spanish, but I want to play, it's like, I mean, MTK and BBB both speak Spanish, so yeah. Ask around. Dean Shepard, I'm glad you're having fun on Quick Battles. Mr. Casual, is Contende still around, or is he permanently League of Legends now? I know he and Murph both left around the same time, and Warhammer 3 was objectively bad. Looks like we have Beastmen versus Grand Cathay. Alright. I'm down. Let's go. Ugh. Crack the back. Oh, oh, oh. And we're in. To me, this Beastman build looks like it has the chops to beat the Grand Cathay build. It's just going to be a lot of micro. If the Jabberscythe ever stops moving and just sits still and gets killed by halberds, then this game's fucking over. Murph was a good coach. Murph was a piece of shit. A piece of garbage. I've never hated a man more in my life than I hated Murph Alurf. No, he was a good dude. Just haven't seen him in a long time. What up, Segos? What's your opinion on Yumbo's execution? Would it be okay to give it to other players? I assume you mean his melee ability and not his targetable ability. If you're talking about the melee ability, you could give it to some other characters like Snitch, like Tyrion, like Malice is a little overpowered right now. Maybe give it to Lokir. You could, but you'd have to lower the threshold down to like 10%. 20% is a little too extreme to be spreading that kind of love around, but it could be a nice way to counter single entities. Or an even better way to do it would not be percentage based, but would be flat. So do execution below like 1,000 HP or something, and then if you can't, because there's a key in this, and it's kind of related to my talking about the Skaven, where I said I don't think Skaven need buffs. I think healing and game mechanics need fixing and nerfs, right? So when I'm talking about the execution stuff, and I would say that instead of a percentage, you go to less than 1,000 HP, something dies. That is under the assumption that CA is physically incapable of fixing foot characters and making them easier to hit. Because while there was those patches where foot characters would literally become invulnerable, and we're living in a better timeline than that, like we have had improvements, foot characters are still way tankier for some reason than taking them out, and that's just like not correct. So if you wanted this execution ability to kind of be like a hot fix or a band-aid for that, instead of doing percentage based, you could just do flat amount, because then you don't have a Dread Saurian dying to a fucking random at 3,000 HP, while Felix would die to that same fucking random at like 400, right? So instead, it's like, okay, well, this execute, Deathmaster Snitch can fucking execute Felix a lot earlier than he can hop up on a dinosaur and slit its throat. Can he still hop up on the dinosaur and slit its throat? Yeah, but it has to be a lot closer to dead. And that could be a nice way to counter foot blobs. But no, at 20%, no, that's not something you want to spread around. Currently, the only reason I don't think it's going to be the most broken thing on the face of the planet, and it still could be because we aren't even in the patch yet, but if the patch comes out and Yanbo is currently as broken as he is, then I don't think the executability is going to save him, because Yanbo has a bunch of fucking problems, which if you watch my video that comes out tomorrow, you're going to see what I'm talking about. Do you think Queek should get the execution? No, I think Snitch should. I think Snitch should. I think Queek needs to get army buffs. Queek needs to get some supportive stuff, because he's already a good combatant. The problem with Queek is he's a good combatant that you can just walk away from. And I think that walking away from him should have consequences. Like, okay, I'll be here buffing up my army. I'll be here providing a ton of buffs and debuffs. I'll be here destroying your front line if you don't want to deal with me. Because Snitch kind of has the 1v1 thing down. And already there's a bit of overlap where, like, if you're going to take Queek, why would you just take Snitch? Snitch is just better at the same job. So I think Execute should go to Snitch, but Queek really needs to be more of a general, because in the stories he's also like a pretty decent general by Skaven standards, whereas Snitch fucks off. Snitch doesn't give a single shit about anyone beside himself. All right, so we have a Grand Cathay in kind of a box. It's more like a layer, right? Because there isn't really a central area where you have a bunch of ranged units. You just have ranged units mixed in through a bunch of infantry. Front line of peasant long spears, secondary line of peasant archers, one iron hail gunner in the back, jade warriors with halberds, and celestial dragon guard mixed throughout the lines here. We do have one sky lantern, the balloon with the gun, not the rocket launcher variant. We have Zhao Ming before he gets his healing item, so it's the original Zhao Ming with final transmutation and the dragon's breath ability. Righteous Lances of Wei Jin, ROR, Long Marauders, and 2 Jade Lancers. For the Beastmen, we have 2 Centaurs with throwing axes, 4 Archers, 4 Ungor Spearman herds, 2 Harpies, and then we have the single entities, the Gorgon for some dueling, and the Jabberscythe for charging and mortis engineering down all those juicy Cathay infantry. We do have a Manticore summon and a Flock of Doom, Brave Shaman of Beasts, interesting, and Morgar the Shadow Gave with both of his Chaos Spawn summons. I like the Beastman build a lot. Personally, the only thing I would change is grab a different caster. Grab a caster with more infantry clearing spells. Maybe like Pit of Shades and Melkoths, or Pendulum and Melkoths for a Shadows caster, something like that. Because if you have the Gorgon to deal with single entities, then I understand why you don't really need more single entity killing, but like, I don't know. The Manticore seems a little sus here. Front lines have engaged. Ungor Spearman Herd are just going to be chaffed to the slaughter, but you do have 4 Ungor Raiders trying to fire in. Now they are getting counterfired by Peasant Archers, which actually, yeah, Peasant Archers are fine. Your Ungor Raiders should be able to just shoot them to death. I thought they were Jade Warrior crossbows in my brain for a second. Both the big monsters are here. They're bullying around Zhao Ming, but none of that matters. So they should just focus on the infantry. A Flock of Doom is hitting all this stuff. I was wondering if that was a very early final transmutation. And this is really bad. Centaurs with throwing axes getting caught out by the Jade Lancers that were hidden in the trees. So that one's clever. And then these Righteous Lances that just flew up and dove on them. They're getting decent damage value back, but you really want those throwing axes for killing off these halberds in the late game. Front line for Cathay is starting to crumble. Their archers are also taking a beating, and that Sky Lantern is getting really fucked up. Back line is going very poorly for the Beastmen, though. That's not something I was expecting to say today. The Beastmen are losing the back line to Cathay while winning the front line. It's quite strange. First of the Chaos Spawn summons is going to appear here and get some good damage down. It'll continue to distract these Iron Hail Gunners, which are the main concern of the Gorgon and the Jabberscythe. So if the Iron Hail Gunners get taken out, that'll be great. A final transmutation is going to land. It is overcast on the Gorgon and Morgar, but Zhao Ming is taking a lot of damage, and there's no healing. Remember that the thing you're thinking of doesn't exist yet. So he is at half health for the rest of the game. He's up in his dragon form, which gets him out of that immediate problem, but now if he lands, he's going to be a big target for the Gorgon, so he kind of has to stay in the air. And he's getting the bug? Is he getting the bug? No, okay, he was just forgotten. If he got the bug where he was netted in place in front of all those archers, he was actually just gonna die. The second Chaos Spawn summon is out. It looks like it came from... I don't know what it came from. Peasant Long Spears, I guess, but someone got low enough that Chaos Spawn could be summoned from it. Zhao Ming gets a good little breath attack onto Ungor Raiders, who are shooting at him right now. And the Beastcaster probably wants to be spamming Flock of Doom on this big old blob. And there it is, Flock of Doom on the big old blob. Beastmen are currently slightly ahead on the balance of power. They're down on the damage value, and I also think that they are in a dangerous point in this game. They're not behind yet, but they are in a dangerous spot. Because they've lost all their throwing axes. Archers are kind of reforming lines. I don't know. It depends. If they can snipe out Zhao Ming or get really impactful damage on him with these archers without the archers just dying to the Righteous Lances, then this is going to be fine. But for now, it looks like the Righteous Lances and these Jade Lancers could just run rampant through the back line and absolutely destroy everything you want to be doing. Iron Hail Gunners are shut down by the Jabberscythe, so that's good. Jabberscythe's still doing everything you need it to be doing. But yeah, the archers are getting shut down for free, and that is huge. Because again, you have like this late game where you just have halberds and halberds and halberds, and without any archers or any throwing axes, you can't kill them. Pendulum gets a cost decrease, yeah. Yeah, Pendulum gets a cost decrease. It's feeling pretty good on the next patch. And by good, I don't mean like overpowered, super broken. I meant good, like balanced. Like, yeah, when I cast a spell, I feel like it's worth 12 winds of magic. I don't think it's crazy overpowered. I just think it's solid. All right, big old Flock of Doom and a dive in from the Jabberscythe gets some extra damage, and his Mortis Engine starts proccing on some of these lower leadership units, so that's quite key. Zhao Ming thinking about diving down, and where's the Gorgon? Because he might have to come help his heftier friend out a little bit. But never mind, Zhao Ming is actually just going after the Brave Shaman of Beasts, who hasn't used either of his Manticore summons yet. I wonder if those are coming in soon. Archers are rallying, but the Righteous Lances are after them, and it doesn't look like they've turned around or gotten new orders to fire in on those guys. So the Beastmen are going to have to do that if they want to win this game. Morgar is continuing to bump and grind, which is fine for him. Beastcaster's running away from Zhao Ming, who's currently teleporting sideways to try and keep up with him somehow. And archers are now realizing that they need to turn and fire at the Righteous Lances. Just get that poke out. Again, without Miao Ying or any healing or anything like that, all poke is good poke. The Gorgon is trying to get in here. Another Flock of Doom hits all of these infantry, but the Gorgon's just trying to keep Zhao Ming honest, trying to get back onto him and hurt him. And the Jabberscythe's going to come in for a huge... I mean, he's going to make me look like an asshole, but this should be a huge charge. Look at all these infantry all bunched up. Boom! Lands in the middle of him, starts draining down a couple immediately. Gorgon continues to chase Zhao Ming around, who does go back in the sky. Righteous Lance is getting shot by some of these Unger Raiders. Just a little bit of poke damage as the Jade Lancers will finish them off. But still, the Beastmen doing okay. All these infantry are blobbed up. If the Jabberscythe can continue to get good charges through here, he can really drain them down. And with some Flock of Dooms, again, on that blob, that could be really, really nice. So we'll see. As the Unger Raiders are finished off by all those cavalry in the distance, another Flock of Doom hits. It's not overcast, it's just slowly whittling them down, and the Jabberscythe terror outs off some stuff, gets some other stuff to start draining down, and that is a lot of infantry routing. Zhao Ming's turning back into his human form, which means the Gorgon doesn't get its anti-large versus him, but also he loses his ability to back off. So if that Gorgon can score some good hits on him, that could be lights out. I know why he's transforming, though. He wants to get a final transmutation off onto some of these single entities, and he can't do that from his dragon form. Now, the Jabberscythe is doing its job excellently. It is routing off so much infantry, draining them down, forcing them to keep on their toes. And Zhao Ming is closing in on Morgar. He has Celestial Dragon Guard and the Righteous Lances of Wei Jin coming to help him out, keep the Gorgon off his back, and the Gorgon is going to have to be a little careful. Another Flock of Doom onto these guys as the Jabberscythe continues to just be a pain in their ass. But can Morgar and the Gorgon really hold on? Gorgon's heal cap is within sight. He's just trying to stay away from the Celestial Dragon Guard. He can fight cavalry all day. He's fine with that, but he doesn't want to sit in Celestial Dragon Guard for even a second. Beastcaster is running off to play hooky with some of those randoms, and the Jabberscythe is in here getting a little bit of a drain down onto the Celestial, the Jade Warrior with Halberds. He doesn't have anything on Celestial Dragon Guard yet. There's a final transmutation. It is overcast. It's really hurting the Jabberscythe. He needs to get out of the circle, but it doesn't look like he can just yet. He's staggered a little too much, and he is going to wander around for a bit. The Gorgon is here, still trying to snipe out Zhao Ming. Misses a big attack onto him. The balance power is slowly shifting against the Beastmen, and I would tend to agree. Because remember, the balance power always treats Morgar like he has both of his summons, which is just factually not true. If the Jibber Jabber comes back here, if it rallies and charges back through all this infantry, you could still have a good turn of events. Another huge Flock of Doom hitting all these guys, really whittling them down. But that Gorgon has got to snipe out Zhao Ming. You've got to reduce their leadership somehow. More stuff is routing. We have lost harmony bonuses as the peasant bowmen that are all the way over here are no longer nearby to give all their buffs. Morgar and the Gorgon still trying to find Zhao Ming. Jabberscythe might rally in distance, who knows. We have a Slobber Knocker on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. This guy still has 2 fucking Manticore summons if he has the Winds of Magic for him, which, like, if he doesn't have the Winds of Magic for him, then that means he's just been spamming Flock of Dooms, which then he should have a lot more he could throw onto this thing. But the Gorgon is getting slapped down by all of these halberds surrounding him right now, and he is just not hitting a single thing onto Zhao Ming. The Jabber is back in the distance. Can it rejoin the fight? As Morgar maybe is going to break off the Righteous Lance's Way Jin, but there's going to be a huge final transmutation. Follow up Flock of Doom, so both sides trading damage, but the final trans is going to be a lot better. Thankfully, Morgar does have a good hefty spell resistance, and he has regeneration if he can hold on, but his leadership is starting to falter. And that was not Overcast, which is actually huge. And Zhao Ming transforms! He took a bunch of damage and he transforms. Now he cannot land or that Gorgon is going to beat his ass. The only thing that has kept Zhao Ming in this game is that he was a foot character and the Gorgon couldn't figure out what the fuck to do with him. But if he lands, he is dead. 100%. And he's going for the Gorgon. Can the Gorgon get attack orders onto him? Its leadership is faltering. It needs to turn and fight. It gets it. I think I saw attack orders onto him. It's turning now. It goes in. Yeah, it gets a hit right away. That's 5 more hits than it scored on him the entire game. And that one hit, I heard it. You heard it. We all heard it. Zhao Ming's getting his ass kicked by the Gorgon. They pull further ahead on the balance of power. Another Flock of Doom hits all of these guys. Zhao Ming's getting low. The Gorgon just needs to turn and swing at him. The Gorgon just needs to turn and swing at him. But the Gorgon's leadership is faltering. It goes negative. Zhao Ming gets back into the sky before he almost routs, but he manages to return. The Gorgon routs. So do some Jade Warriors with halberds. The Jabberscythe is trying to join back in. Zhao Ming actually charges at Morgar, not stopping the Jabberscythe from joining the fight, and the Celestial Dragon Guard are so low that the charge does so much damage to them in the late game, immediately terror-routing them, and Zhao is gone, and it's over! And it's over! The last minute charge from the Jabberscythe completely fucks up the elite infantry of Cathay and wins it all. God damn, that was a good one. That was a good one. That was enjoyable. The Flock of Doomcaster with the casual 2,300 damage value. Jabberscythe 1,700, very good. Gorgon 2,200. Morgar got a little bit done. The throwing axes did fine. The harpies did okay. The archers did fine, and that was a good game. For Zhao Ming, 3,000 value on him, which is very impressive. Righteous Lance's Way Jin also did great. The Balloon and the Jade Warrior Halberds got fucked up. Celestial Dragon Guard did okay. Okay, they did well. They did very well, sorry. I was just kind of flying through that one. Jade Lancers did well. Peasant Long Spears also did pretty good. Iron Hill Gunners and the Archers. Oh, Archers actually did okay. Iron Hill Gunners were shut down. And that was a very GG. Congratulations to both players. That was a good one. That was a good one. Glad I impressed. I am Rarger. Well, good. You played a good game. All right, I'm going to follow Rarger to fight Alexander because we are getting to that point in the tournament where it's becoming very streamlined. So you're going to start seeing a lot of the same people. So we'll catch Alexander. He is the only person left in the tournament that I haven't seen a single game of. I've seen him in the past, so I wasn't really stressing about it. But if we can catch him, we're going to catch him. That right there was a good game. Never played Beastmen before. Looked pretty good. Started off rough, losing both your throwing axes. Not going to sugarcoat that one, but you came back pretty good after that. Frea did make it to finals, so for anybody who cares, this is what we're looking at with the bracket. Frea's up in finals. Raw Unleashed is waiting in the losers finals. So we will watch Rarger versus Alexander. Then whoever wins that versus whoever wins up here will drop down. And then whoever wins that, and whoever wins that. So we have 4 best of ones. And the finals, I don't know how to do it on Total Tavern. It is just best of one. There's no like extra drop down losers bracket for that. And that is just how it is. I don't know how to do it on Total Tavern. And usually by the time we get there in a double elim best of one, I'm getting really tired. Whether it's sleepy tired or just like tired of screaming at the computer. So I usually just like the finals to be a best of one. And I will not apologize for that. I'm allowed to have my limits. Been streaming for 3 hours already and we're 4 best of ones from the end. All right, this still isn't updated, but I know and you know that it's Alexander. Did Rarger lose? I thought he just won. Am I an idiot? Yeah, you charged in, you got army losses, and you won, yeah? Am I being dumb? Rarger apparently thought he lost. No, no, you won. Going to Shadow Realm now? Bye. Bye. Can we take a survey? Hey, Hot Fire Potato. How's it doing, everybody? Okay, Big Friday. Last time you had to go to bed when we were doing the survey, but I do try to wait for the top 4 before I officially get a survey. But because you asked last time and you had to go to bed before we got to do the survey at all, here's what we'll do. So, I'll put up a survey for which of these 4 do you think has the best chance of winning it all? Dragonborn, Imtiaz, Alexander, or Rarger? Because there's 6 people left, but I do want to get the thing started before you have to leave again and you miss out. Which dark horse has the best shot? Rar. Alexander. XMT K-Duck. And then Imtiaz. Ask your community. All right, we're here. Rogerman is the Beastman? Yeah. He thought... It looks like he crashed, is what I'm inferring. So he didn't really know what happened. And yeah, it was army losses, and the Beastmen wondered. All right. Oh, there's a cute puppy. That right there's a cute puppy. That right there's a cute puppy. Another reason to join my Discord, if you haven't already, because I guess you're just a degenerate, is we have the best fucking channel. It's called Cute Pets. And people post all their cute pets. Look at this puppy. Look at this puppy. Look at this kitty. Look at that kitty. Look at this danger floof. Look at that danger floof. Like, why would you not join this Discord and just look at the cute pets all day? They're so cute. Big Friday with the $8, well, €8 again. Hey, man. We're trying. Voted for the semis rematch. It was a banger game. It was a banger game. That channel needs some lizards photos. We used to have an admin. His name was Zep. He designed the bot that we use for Vermin League, the base of it. Now Rocket Row works on it a lot with a little bit of help from Scroot, as far as I understand it. But Zepp used to post a lot of snakes and frogs and stuff, and now he doesn't because he is in and out from the community, but mostly out. Miss that guy. Love Zepp. Love Zepp. But real life comes first. It always does. And we always appreciate the work he did for us on the bot. Then there's your little demon. What happened to Zepp? I think his job in real life just got really busy. And I think he kind of got done with the game. I don't know. You'd have to ask him. He pops in from time to time on the Discord, plays one best of 3, and then fucks off for another month or so. But you had a iguana some time ago. Only decent photo of him was my bare chest, so not going to post. Would it make you more comfortable if I posted my bare chest? Let's do it. No. This ain't that kind of stream. I'm not wearing any pants right now, but I am wearing a shirt. Because I'm wearing shorts. We have had pretty good viewership today, which is nice. Glad to have you all. Hopefully you're doing well. Hopefully you're living your best lives. If you are not subscribed, that's okay. That's okay. But I will have you know that everything's about momentum. And if we get subscribers, YouTube will recommend us to more people, and that's more chances to get subscribers, and then YouTube will recommend us to more people. And if you don't subscribe, then we don't get recommended to more people. And then nothing happens, and then we're shitty forever. So, you know, think about that. And also subscribe. Doesn't cost you anything. Doesn't cost you a single thing. And if you say, Human Boy, I don't want to subscribe, that's fine. You're an adult. Do what you want. But I should remember to ask more often. I don't want to be, I never want to be the annoying guy that's like and subscribe. Oh my God. But there's a middle ground between that and never mentioning it. But yes, it is extremely helpful. So if you subscribe, bueno, much appreciated. Thank you. If you don't, also fine. Hope you have a good day. Good viewership because of Frea. It is so true. Only sub for hot tub stream. I will boil water and pour it in my bathtub so fast. I did do that for my 1K sub special. That was very funny. Are you talking about the ice bath or the hot tub? Because I technically did both. I did that YouTube short thing where I pretended my cell phone was dying. So I was like, hey guys, here's the hot tub stream, and it's like a brief thing of me in a hot tub, and then I'm like, oh, battery's dying, and ended it. I thought that was hilarious. No one else did. And then there's the ice bath thing that was actually hilarious, and if you hate it, then fuck you. How long ago was that? I'm gonna go look for the ice tub one, because that was funny as hell. All right, videos, scroll. It's one of like the first couple months I was streaming, so I gotta scroll back 2 years. I'm just going through a time machine right now. I've done Warhammer 3 content longer than I've done Warhammer 2. That feels really wrong. This feels gross. Oh, there's some Warhammer 2 content. Oh, it's nice. All right, where is the ice tub? There it is. They have like 200 views. I love those fucking things. All right, I'll show them later. In the break between the next game, I'll show them because they're very funny. All right, what do we got? Lizardmen versus Tomb Kings. And this Lizardman player was just the Beastmen player. This isn't Frea. It's not Frea, especially the names. Yeah. The early stuff was always the best stuff. All right, we have Arkin the Black, Spirit Leech, and Fate of Buna. We have 2 Carrion, 2 Shop Great Bows, one of which is the Chosen of the Gods ROR. We have a Screaming Skull Catapult, the Kepra Guard, Tomb Guard, Skeleton Spearmen, and Warriors across the front line, forming a little conclave. Then we have 2 Sprockle Stalkers, one of which is the Eyes of the Desert, and an Akar Horseman. And also, as far as niches go, I mean, whenever Turin streams Domination, he gets like 1,000 to 1,500 viewers, so they're out there. We just got to find them. All right, Fire Leech Bolas and Ripperdactyls on the other side for the Lizards. Then we have 4 Javelin Skinks, 2 Ancient Salamanders, a Salamander Hunting Pack, the Cohort of Waddle, Sacred Croc Scores, a Bestillment for Rev Crystal, a Life Slan with Regrowth and Earthblood, and then some Feral Cold Ones and Cold One Spear Riders up in the high ground. You miss HW and Ducky? Yeah. All right, Knighthood, I'll send it to you. I'll send it. Arkin runs in to get a little bit of a Spirit Leech, and he gets a lot more than he bargained for as a whole bunch of fire hits him in the face, and he's going to start to run away now. That didn't do as much damage as I worried it might, but still, it's a little bit. Big collapse here from the Velociraptors of the woods, sneaking onto the Sprockle Stalkers, and they will not enjoy this whatsoever, especially since they're getting hit in the back by little javelins too, so that's a big win for the Lizardmen. This Ancient Salamander's taking a lot of damage from the new Shop to Great Bows. He will need a regrowth, and soon, if he is going to survive this encounter, but I think he'll be routing any moment now, and those Salamander Hunting Packs also getting a Rev Crystal heal, but still routing, and a regrowth onto the Ancient Salamander that is not so damaged. That is a bit of a whoopsie. Some of the flying units are tearing apart Carrion, which is fine, and the Fire Leech Bulls are doing a little bit of damage to Akar Horsemen, but we do have the Eyes of the Desert shooting up those Ripperdactors, and the next volley from them should do a really good amount of damage, so I'll have to keep a brief eye on that in the background. So this Lizard build is very shooty heavy, and Cold One Spear Riders are proving why they are my least favorite unit in the history of units, and taking forever to kill a Sprockle Stalker. Meanwhile, Skeleton Warriors, that is a summon, right? Yeah, summon Skeleton Warriors eating up a lot of the Jav Skink's ammo. So I think the Tomb Kings are feeling really good about their place in this game right now. Ripperdactyl Riders taking a lot of damage from those Sprockle Stalkers. And the Lizardmen, without really good infantry to clear out all of this stuff. Hi, Hazel. Without good infantry to clear out all this stuff, they're having a tough time getting through that front line, so the Chosen of the Gods and the Ushop to Great Bows are just chilling, able to fire at whatever they feel like. Sprockle Stalkers are still here as the Cold One Spear Riders continue to prove why they are, in fact, the worst unit in the entire game. I was wondering if hyper elite armies are ever viable nowadays. Mostly against factions without good shooting. If you're in a melee versus melee matchup, then you can get some pretty hyper elite stuff or some blobs. But if the enemy has reliable range DPS or good crowd clearing spells, then no, not really. We have been seeing a lot more elite units sprinkled into builds, but just purely elite builds, no, not really. Both are somewhat in a bad spot in Lambos and much, depending on the matchup of the course. Yes, I got there. I just word vomited. Ushopti summon in the background does catch out the Salamander Hunting Pack, who had just rallied and were firing a little bit onto these Nakara Horsemen. The Fire Slan is currently getting eaten alive by the Sprockle Stalkers, and if he goes, then I believe that is the end of the Lizardmen at this point. They're just taking too much damage. So Ancient Salamander gets a big shot onto Arkin the Black. And man, these Cold Ones are taking 55 years to kill the Sprockle Stalkers, but they're getting there. They're needed elsewhere, unfortunately, though. So it's a tragedy that it took that long to kill that Sprockle Stalker, Because they could have been running around peeling some of this stuff. They could have been charging the back line and trying to stop the Ushabti Great Bows. But all three of them stopped to fight the same Sporkle Stalker, and then it took 11 years to kill it. So that's a bit of a whoopsie, bit of a misplay. In the future, you'd want like the Coldwind Spear Rider to 1v1 the Sporkle Stalkers, and the two Feral Coldwinds go harass the back line or something. But army losses is coming close, and I would agree. Court of Waddle are 12 out of 16 models, but that will start falling very quickly. And the Ripperdactyls and them are just trying to keep this game alive. But I don't think that is going to work, as army losses is right there. It's like just right there. All right, Imperator Mortis chugging along. His weapons teams, quote unquote, is doing very, very well. Everything else just kind of holding stuff in place for the weapons team to do stuff. Life Salon offered some support. Ripperdactyls, Court of Waddle had a hard time. Salamander Hunting Packs and the Ancient Salamanders also had a hard time. Yeah. It's a tough go. All right, while we get the next game set up, I invite you... while we have the next game set up, I invite you to relive the past.
Hang on. What up? We have been through an adventure for you people. Oh my fucking god, that is cold. Okay. Woo! Oh. Those are cold testicles. So, I got a bunch of ice from the freezer, put it in this bathtub. It melted pretty quick. Went to the store, got a bag of ice, melted pretty quick. So then I went and shoveled a fuck ton of snow from outside, threw that in here. Now it's fucking cold. Hi, Hazel. Okay. Oh! Oh, Jesus. Oh! Oh, god damn it. I don't know why you people wanted this. Oh! For a cold tub stream. Everybody was saying, do a cold tub stream, you stupid bitch. Oh! For 431 subscribers. Oh, God. And now that I come to think of it, I think you said hot tub stream. And this was a giant waste of time. And it's cold. And it's very cold. Because, you know, the Twitch trend is a bunch of mostly naked women in hot tubs, and I'm realizing that a fully dressed man in a cold tub is not the ideal. Oh my god. My shoes are kind of buoyant. So that's making it hard to go down. Hit. Woo! Woo! Ha! Ha ha! Oh, that's fucking snow. Ha! Hey, Zal? She's scared of the bath because she thinks I'm going to give her a bath. I would never do this to her. Oh, lordy. Anyway, completely unrelated. If you like Total War content or other dumb shit, welcome to the channel. Fuck! Have a good day. Oh, brisk! Oh, it's okay, it's getting a little better. Oh, still cold. Oh, still cold.
And then there's the follow-up one. It's 30 seconds.
That was a stupid thing to do. Now I'm cold. All these clothes are fucking soaked. Have to figure that one out. Floor's a mess too. Cat's licking up snow off the floor. It's a good day. It's a good day to be alive. Huh. What to do?
That was fun. That was way back in the day. Alright, we do have a game with Koala Duck and Imperator Mortis. I'm just trying to find it. There it is. So I have a blocker up before I enter here. There we go. Hopefully that was entertaining for you while we filled the time between games. I can't believe you did that in shoes, you madman. That was the bit though, because the bit was everybody was all like hot tub stream, because it's, I mean, I mentioned it in the video, but it was like, oh, because like Twitch streamers are doing that hot tub meta right now. Well, I mean, that was back then. I don't know if they're still doing it. But the Twitch meta is like get pre-girl and be in a hot tub and like put it as just chatting, but it's like softcore porn. So I'm like, what if we do like the exact opposite? Like cold tub, as many clothes as I could put on, and I'm in a man. And we committed. We committed. Put on big ass boots. It was good. It was a good time. Bet fucking my son HW never did that for you. I bet Rubber Duck of War never did that for you. So maybe Zypher and everybody else here, you should be happy with what you do have, rather than wishing I was someone else, Dad. I'm joking. Before you put up a defense for HW or Rubber Duck or saying, yeah, we appreciate you too, or just thinking of those people and we miss them too. I know it was a joke. It was, and now you're ruining it. All right, thanks for ruining it. Wow. Tried to make a joke and you guys just fucked it up. Would you do it again? Probably. I'd do something like it for fun, sure. I wouldn't do the exact same thing because I don't think making the same content for a second time is particularly entertaining. Driving home from work shortly, please imagine several pithy comments over the next hour. All right, well. We are glad to have you, human. Yeah. If only you still did the Panzer model stream on the side. Yeah, I've received feedback that like those for fun once in a while dating sim streams are bad for the channel. I haven't seen the metrics on it because back when I did them, the channel was too small to really have reliable metrics. But some people have told me on good authority that I shouldn't do those. And for anybody who's wondering, we once in a while did dating sim streams that I thought were very funny, but it was funny because like I'm not really into dating sims, so when a bunch of like cringe shit would happen, I would react to it, and it was just kind of fun to laugh at my pain. But there were some people where I could imagine, and this is what people tell me, is like there are some people who will not appreciate, I don't want to call it just like the joke, but won't get the context. Then they'll actually be like, wow, that Total War streamer just became a cringe anime streamer, I'm unsubscribing, and shit like that. It's like, no, you missed the point. The stream was funny because it's once in a while and to watch my suffering, not it's funny because we do this every day now, we take it super seriously. The internet's a tragic place where you kind of have to be serious like 99% of the time. Hazel, how can I help you besides going for a walk, because it is literally 115 degrees outside with heat index because of it's super humid in Minnesota, and if you go outside you will get sick and you will die. So what besides taking you on a walk can I do for you, little lady? My needy little mensch. I know you guys are talking about just like making a second channel for fun and not business-wise, but speaking of which, dude, why do so many YouTube people make a second channel that does absolutely terribly and then they abandon it immediately? I don't understand that like meta. Because I've had some people who tried to describe it like 100% serious making a second channel, and I'm like, dude, I have 5,000 subscribers. That's not a good idea. It's not a good idea to split my time. It's not a good idea to split my audience. It's not a good idea to split my YouTube algorithm. What are you talking about? And they're like, nah, dude, it's great. Trust me. And they do it, and then it sucks ass, and they abandon it, and we never talk about it again. And I'm like, all right. Good talk. But I'm glad I didn't do it. Pat? What Pat? What's happening? Oh, the dog. Yeah, the dog. Okay, there are 3 best of ones left in the stream. Also, how's the thing doing? So for your dark horse, it looks like most people voted for Rar, who is out. So unfortunately, a lot of you are wrong. 22 plus 16, 38% of you still have the chance to be right. For the poll, who was the best shot at winning the tournament out of the dark horses? Is it Alexander, the master of the undead, Imperator Mortis himself? A new player who played a lot of tournaments a month or a month and a half ago and then stopped and now has just made his triumphant return and is showing why he was a class act of the undead back in the day. Or is it XMT's Koala Duck? One of my first times catching him on stream, but he does seem to really enjoy his vampire counts and he's very active in our Discord. Looks like he has a bunch of skeleton warriors and zombies with triple Blood Knight, the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord, and double Vargeist for his vampire counts. For the Tomb Kings of Imperator Mortis, we do have Arkan the Black in the distance, 1 Ushapti Great Bow, another Ushapti Great Bow chosen the gods ROR, 2 Screaming Skull Catapults, 2 Sepulchral Stalkers, nope, 1 Sepulchral Stalker, it is the Eyes of the Desert ROR, 1 Carrion, the Kepler Guard, Tomb Guard, Regiment of Renown, and then a whole bunch of Skeleton Warriors and Spearmen. Atlantean, we are excited to have you back. We're also always around if you need anything. Alexander is also my brother's name. Tee. Alrighty. Looking at the builds, I think I slightly favor the vampire counts, though both of these builds are pretty solid. I just think with 2 Vargeists, a Dragon Lord, and 3 Blood Knights, I do think the Tomb Kings are going to be hard-pressed to keep these Ushapti online. There's 3 of them, actually. But if they do, that also means the Ushapti have a lot of great targets. So it's really about time. If this game goes super long and the Ushapti are still alive, that favors the Tomb Kings. If it's short, it probably means the vampire counts got in here with something, killed off the Ushapti, and then the game was fucking over. Now, obviously, if it's a melee grind, you never bet against the counts. Not a blob fight. They're strangely bad at blob fights these days because a lot of other factions blob harder than they ever could. But just a grind fight, yeah, they'll do that. Did he bring the exact same build? No, he changed out an Ushapti for a Sepulchral Stalker. There's 1 less Carrion, there's 1 more Screaming Skull Catapult. But it is very similar. He reminds me of Black Knight a little bit. Where I in that build video I made, where how to make a top tier build or whatever, I mentioned it's the Black Knight method, where Black Knight has like this 1 high elf build he keeps slightly altering, but he's playing the same thing. It is a way to learn the game, and it is a way to be good, where instead of countering your opponent, you're more of learning your own build, so you know what all of your units should be doing, and you get really good at knowing what you should be doing at all times, and then it doesn't matter who your opponent is. Like, if these are Blood Knights, or if they're Reichsguard, or if they're Chaos Knights of Tzeentch, they're still heavy cavalry, and they still want to be, you know, you want your Chosen of the Gods to shoot at them. You want your Fate of Unas to hit them, right? Or it doesn't matter if it's a Blood Dragon Lord, or Malekith up on his dragon, or Imric up on his dragon. You know how to try and start dodging breath attacks and things like that. Some people really like to focus internally rather than externally, and rather than learn a bunch of builds for a bunch of factions, they learn one build and just play it really well. It's viable. I don't think it's easy to get to the top of the multiplayer scene doing that, but it is a strong way to get better while not having a broad depth of factions. So what we are talking about is so far happening. The Blood Knights, the Vargeists, even the Blood Dragon Lord are taking a bunch of damage, but it's all about how long this takes. Because if the Ushapti keep firing, then of course they're going to win the game. But if they get shut down, vampire counts are real good at healing up all that damage. They're real good at it. A zombie summon is trying to disrupt one of the Ushapti. Meanwhile, a Vargeist dive-in is slaughtering some carrion, and a Screaming Skull Catapult is already offline. But the Sepulchral Stalkers catch out a Blood Knight that's already been pretty significantly wounded, and they will now be stuck in melee combat. They have anti-large armor piercing to fight back on their own right, but the Blood Knights should beat them overall. Should? I mean, the super wounded one might die, but like the full health one over there can for sure beat him. Blood Dragon and more Vargeists are in. Arkan the Black throws out a quick summon, trying to buy a little bit more time. And one of the Vargeists is almost down. He has shut down both Screaming Skull Catapults, but is that really the problem? I personally would be preferring a lot more damage onto Ushaptis than Scream Skulls. You don't give a shit about Scream Skulls. What are they going to shoot? Skeleton Warriors? Who gives a fuck? So, a little bit of different target prioritization than I would go with, but the catapults are offline, so it's overall still pretty good. Sporkle Stalker is surrounded now by 3 Blood Knights, though some of these Blood Knights are going to have to start running over here and hitting the Chosen of the Gods. Some are going to have to come over here to hit these Ushapti Great Bows, which are currently lining up to fire at the Blood Dragon at almost point-blank range. That could be good, but ranged units being ranged units and janky, only like 5 of these Ushapti are firing, and the rest are thinking about firing. This is one of the problems with ranged units. You hear me talk about it a lot for Skaven, but you can see it really well executed here. Like, these guys have orders to shoot, and they are kind of shooting, but only a couple of them are shooting. So, that's one of the ranged unit thingies. Looks like a Blood Knight is traded for the Eyes of the Desert overall. Chosen the Gods still trying to get away from the Vargeist, taking a lot of damage. And this Ushapti does have to turn, because I know why this is happening. These guys, each individual Ushapti has, like, a cone it'll fire in, so only the guys that is actually in their cone are shooting at him. The rest need to turn, so your Ushapti need to be more oriented like that, and then go boop boop boop, rather than like that. Anyway, vampire counts are down on the balance of power, but they are catching up, especially in the damage value department. The Chosen of the Gods are about dead. Capra Guard getting to fight Blood Knights is a pretty big win for the Tomb Kings, and they're happy about that. See, you can see as soon as he came out into their actual field of vision, all the Ushapti started firing at him. Front line of skeleton warriors and zombies are just piling up. They're not going to get through the Tomb King skeletons any meaningful amount of time, and also neither side skeletons really matter. Everything we're focusing on here is the weapons teams versus the melee stuff. Ark in the Black is getting messed up, but he throws out a quick Spirit Leech onto the healing Blood Dragon Lord. Chosen the Gods are dead. And these Blood Knights need to back off of the fight with these Kepler Guard and the spears. The Blood Dragon Lord is on the Ushapti Great Bow while this is happening. The Vargas probably need to fly overhead and stop these other Ushapti who are currently just lighting him up. Yeah, he's taking too much damage. The Vargas landed into something. Looks like they're trying to help with the Kepler Guard. But these Blood Knights are not made for bumping and grinding like this against infantry. They need to be hunting down the last Ushapti. The Vargas are coming over. They're going to rear charge these Ushapti while the big man himself goes to stop the last ones. He's taking a lot of damage, but if the bleeding can stop, if the Blood Knights can get away from the infantry and heal up a little bit, if the Blood Dragon Lord can stop getting shot in the face, if you can kill off all the Ushapti, you can still pretty handedly win this game. It's interesting whether or not Arkin will be able to finish off the Blood Dragon Lord with Spirit Leeches or not. And the Ushapti summon is coming in right on top of those Blood Knights. Could get a little bit more damage. There's the Spirit Leech we were talking about. The Vargeist are starting to crumble, which is real bad. Blood Dragon Vampire Lord's taking a lot of damage. A lot of damage. He's surrounded by these Ushapti who have pretty melee stats, but they still have melee stats. The Blood Knights get caught up on some spears. They're not here to support him. He's going down. He's going down, ladies and gentlemen. He can't cast Invocation to Heck on himself while his leadership is negative. And he is down. And that Ushapti is still very healthy. Without the Blood Dragon Lord, there's way less healing, but also less leadership. So these Blood Knights are going to keep crumbling. These Vargeist will also probably keep crumbling. The Blood Knights and the Vargeist try and make one desperate charge onto the Ushaptis, but they just disintegrate mid-charge, fall completely apart, and point-blank shots from the Ushapti are going to pin-cushion the Vargeist, saving Ark in the Black. The skeleton and zombie frontline is starting to crumble away of its own volition, leaving just the Blood Knights. And a strangely invincible Vargeist is flying overhead and gets shot. Army losses hits. The Tomb Kings win again. Do you guys know which unit beats which unit? Usually, yes. We're wrong from time to time, but usually, yes. Ushapti Great Bows, mixed, but the one that got to shoot the red, the Blood Dragon Lord, you could see it pretty clear. Arkin and his Sparkle Stalkers did fine. Kepler did okay. Both the Screaming Skull catapults were immediately shut down by Koala Duck. They didn't get to shoot nothing. The other side, Blood Dragon Lord did okay. Blood Knights did okay. Vargeist did pretty well, and skeletons and zombies did nothing, unfortunately. GG! Alrighty. So So this bracket has not been updated just yet. But you all get the idea. Alexander will fight Ra Unleashed, and whoever wins that will fight Frea. So we have 2 best of 1s left. Two best of 1s left. Will it be Ra Unleashed, player of some factions? I have only spectated him 1 time. Or will it be Imperator Mortis, player of the many undeads? Or will it be Frea, Lizardmen, destroyer of mankind? Ra, if you're still out there, what do you play? Ra, what do you play? What are you playing? What are you playing? What are we doing? Oh boy. Oh boy. The winner of this will fight Frea. 2 games left. 2 games. The stream for 3.5 hours probably means we're going to hit about 4 hours and 15 minutes. It's a pretty long stream, pretty decent stream. Hopefully you all had a good time with us here today, and hopefully if you did have a good time, you will unsubscribe because this is the last good time you'll ever have. It's all shit from here. It's all downhill. Oh. That is good back crack. I'll return. See you in a bit. I haven't started now? What the heck? Wait! Wait! Wait, don't leave! Zerkovich? Why do you mention his name here? Is Way still here? Zypher, love the guy, such a character. Yeah, he's around somewhere. To be honest, the chair had some interesting things to say. No shot. There was a plague claw catapult. We saw it. It was versus the Beastmen. Who played it? Was it Big Friday? No shot. There was a plague claw game. There was. There's always a plague claw game. Hold on, we're looking for it. No shot, there was a plague claw game. You bet your ass there was a plague claw game. Yes, yes, yes. There it is. I found it. I found it. You bet your ass there was a Plague Claw game. There it is in the back. You can see Lord Skrulk on the red team and a catapult. There's no other catapult on that roster. Now, what happens to it, I'll let you find out. But you might see something on the right-hand side of your screen that might be a problem. But it was there. It was fucking their way. And for some reason, you're never here when it happens. And also, if this... Did they win? No. If, by the way, 100% serious, if this bit ever gets boring for you, or you think it's annoying, you're like, oh, if I join the stream, it's gonna fucking mention the Plague Claws again. Just tell me it's annoying and I'll leave it alone. But I find it funny, so. I'll keep doing it until you tell me it's not funny, and then I will 100% stop. All right. What do we got? What do we got? Cathay from Ra Unleashed versus Imperator Mortis on the Tomb Kings. Good. That was the intent, but I don't know. You never know how it's going on the other side of the screen, so sometimes people are just like, dude, can you fucking stop? Like, I feel like Chosen One was that way, where like every time he'd pop in on Turn stream or something, everyone in the chat would go, Chosen One! And Turn would go, Chosen One! And like all that stuff because of an old movie. And I know after a while, Chosen One was just like, dude, I don't want to announce my presence because people are gonna fucking say that. Ever seen Way and the Plague Claw in the same room? Oh my god, you're right. Way is the Plague Claw catapult. Raw Unleashed and the other guys playing Tomb Kings, that's actually giga-brained Grieven. That is huge. You just blew my mind. All right. Armies are mostly set up, so let's start going through them. For Cathay, we have 2 Grand Cannons, 2 Jade Warrior Crossbowmen, 1 Celestial Dragon Crossbowman. We have a Dragon-Blooded Shugenin Lord of Yang in this guy with Jade Shield and Dragon's Breath. Dragon's Breath will be quite effective at clearing out the Tomb King's front line for very cheap. Frontline of Jade Warriors. We have the Righteous Lances of Wei Jin in the sky and 2 Jade Lancers on the ground with a Jade Warrior Halberd in the very far back. For the Tomb Kings, we have 2 Screaming Skull Catapults, 3 Ushapti Great Bows, including the ROR Chosen of the Gods, 1 Sepulchral Stalker, ROR the Eyes in the Desert, 2 Carrion, the Kepra Guard, a frontline of Skeleton Warriors and Spearmen, and Arc in the Black with Fate Abuna and Spirit Leech. Cannons firing in. Cannons will outrange and out-accuracy the Screaming Skull Catapults. The problem is they aren't in a 1v1 with the Screaming Skull Catapults. They're in a 2v5 with the Screaming Skull Catapults and Ushapti, if the Ushapti continue to move up. Though I suppose the Archers will be a bit of a problem. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think through which build I favor right now. Probably Cathay? Probably Cathay. The lack of cavalry of any kind from the Tomb Kings makes me feel pretty confident Cathay can defend its backline. And if they can defend their backline, I want to believe in 3 crossbowmen, especially Celestial Dragon crossmen, plus the 2 cannons, versus the Tomb Kings. The Tomb Kings have way more infantry, but infantry's not going to decide this game, I don't think. Screaming Skulls, though, are absolutely massacring the Celestial Dragons. Wow, that was 1 volley. Took out a quarter of their HP. Cannons still firing into Screaming Skull catapults. Doing okay. A little bit of an artillery duel. As these skeleton warriors wander out on the fields of justice and are about to get destroyed by Celestial Dragon crossbowmen. Cannons with the best sound design in the entire game continue to fire, taking out one of the Screaming Skull catapult's base models. The Scream Skull catapults whiff every single shot versus the Celestial Dragon crossman. A little bit of a whoopsie there. Man, I love the Cathay cannon sound design. It's so good. Just like listen to them when they fire. Listen, listen. It's so good. You can like hear it in your chest. Ugh. One day I might just, to exclusively play Lizards, might just hop on quick battles. That Skeleton Warrior is not summoned, it's real. It's just out there living its best life. Righteous Lance of Wei Jin running away from the attentions of the Ushapti Great Bows, but these Jade Lancers will get hit. And for now, Cathay sees no real reason to change the status quo. Their cannons are winning the artillery duel, so it's more on the Tomb Kings to change what's happening. And Cathay just needs to keep their Jade Lancers and shit out of range of the Ushapti Great Bows for now. Because they've almost finished a Screaming Skull catapult, and they've took, like, nothing in return. Don't stand up now or else YouTube might demonetize you and we would be sad. That was good. I like that. It was subtle. It was subtle. That Scream Skull catapult's about out of gas. It has 1 model left. And it is... Wow, that cannon is getting up and over the hill, actually, quite impressively. Scream Skull catapult hung on with 1 model, and then the cannons changed target to this other Scream Skull catapult that's now at 2 models. So Tomb Kings are going to have to move up. They're losing this artillery trade really badly. The damage value is about equivalent, but I don't trust it. Just using my eyes, I feel like the Tomb Kings are taking the worst of this trade. What the fuck? Oh, there's carrion here. That also, I also didn't see that happening. Cathay's gonna have to do something about that. It looks like they have no idea this is happening. Which, to be fair, like I said, neither do I. Like, I'm guessing Ra's camera is like this. Right, so the carrion aren't even on his screen. Because the Jade Lancers aren't coming for him. He still doesn't seem to know that they're there. That's pretty sneaky. I mean, it's a misplay, right? If we're just being honest, yeah, it's a misplay from Grand Cathay. You should really notice that that's happening. But, like, I mean, all the actions over here. So from the blue side, Tomb Kings, it was nice to somehow sneak a carrion past there. Because I also didn't see it happening. So I'm not going to take the high ground and be like, yeah, why don't you just notice that's happening, you idiot? I'm not even playing and I missed it, so... Shit happens. Jade Lancers have now realized that those guys are under threat. And with the Harmony bonus, that should give enough leadership to the Jade Crossbows to stay in it until the Jade Lancers can clean up those carrion and get them out of here. A Fate of Buna did a lot of damage to the Righteous Lances of Wei Jin. And the cannons continue to fire. As both catapults are officially down, 2 Shopdeer beneath half HP, and the Chosen Gods are just fine. For Cathay, it's not all been sunshine and roses. They have almost lost a Jade Warrior Crossman to a carrion flank. A third of their Celestial Dragon HP is gone. Their Righteous Lances are almost useless already from Ushapti Poke and from Fate of Buna. Righteous Lances look like they're going to go for one charge so they can at least do something before they just get whittled out with like Spirit Leeches or something like that. Carrion are almost dead in the backfield, and both cannons are still online and still really harassing these Ushabti Great Bows that are now trying to push off the Righteous Lances. But every second that they aren't getting fully into range of these Grand Cannons is more volleys they're going to take. And that's bad. Isn't the leaderboard bug? Yeah, leaderboard's pretty bugged. Leaderboard is pretty bugged. Carrion flying in. Looks like they want to have words. We are hitting a bit of lag. No one's dropped yet. And there we go. Now those Ushabti are joining the artillery duel. When I initially said that I don't think Cathay will win the artillery duel, I was factoring in the 5v2, which for a while it was a 2v0 because Scream Skull Catapults were trying to shoot archers instead of the cannons, which isn't a bad choice. Scream Skull Catapults won't do that much damage to these cannons. They're too spread out. But still, I mean, the Ushabti probably should have moved up and shot these cannons a while ago. You see how much damage they do in one volley? Kale, that is true. Yeah, you definitely get better by focusing a couple factions for a bit and then learning everything. Tragic lag spike just now. What up, Antoyevich? How you doing? How you doing? Why lag spike now? Cannons shooting real high. Okay. But one of the cannons is already pushed off. Jade Lancers are going to charge into the Carrion, but a Spirit Leech onto the Shugi Lord and a good volley from the Sprockle Stalkers could make it a bad time to be those Jade Lancers and the Shugi Lord herself. Cathay is starting to move up. Their cavalry is getting involved. I think with all the damage you've done to the Ushabti Great Bows at this point with your cannons, if the Jade Lancers can wiggle their way in here, they could finish them off pretty quickly. Oh, the Shugi Lord is getting destroyed. Jade Shield tries to keep her alive. Scales of Celestial Court also give her physical resist, but everything that's been hitting her has been magic damage, so that doesn't matter. And now Arkan can overcast a Spirit Leech at his leisure and like kill her off, and that's going to be brutal. Jade Lancers are doing exactly what we wanted, though. They snuck past the front line, and they are running up without any mobility of their own. The Tomb Kings can only defend their backline with their backline, so the Chosen Gods are going to use some of their ammo on these Jade Lancers, but still, that's okay. Cannons firing the last of their ammunition. They're actually running pretty low on ammo. Out here, Overcast Spirit Leech will rout the Shugi Lord. I don't know if it'll kill the Shugi Lord. She might come back, but there's a strong might there. It's Chosen the Gods wreck the Jade Lancers. Damn it, half HP those guys are routing. Really? Interesting. Cannon is back, could go back onto its mounts. Skeleton Summon is harassing these Jade Warrior crossbows, but they can hopefully maybe withstand it. Jade Warriors are moving up, trying to get some bump and grind going with the Tomb Kings. Cannons continue to harass the Ushabti. The Chosen Gods are close to out of ammo, so I'd probably focus on the almost dead Ushabtis that have tons of ammo. Just get rid of them, rather than trying to hurt something that's going to end up becoming a melee unit anyway. This is looking rough, though. Somehow the Tomb Kings are pulling it out on just like pure tenacity alone. Their army summon comes out, routing off the Jade Warrior crossbows, and now Celestial Dragon crossbows are looking real bad on leadership, and they're flanked by an armor-piercing melee unit. So that's brutal. The Jade front line is doing fine versus the Tomb Kings. It's doing okay. And the Ushabti managed to rout the Yang Lord yet again. If Arkan has one more overcasted Spirit Leech for her, he can kill her off. But if not, if she even tries to rejoin the fight again, she'll just shatter. Where is Arkan? I don't see his card. There he is. He's off in the distance chasing Jade Lancers. Okay. Grand Cathay falls dangerously far behind on the balance of power, and I don't even disagree. The Tomb Kings just ate damage like champions and somehow came out on top here. I mean, they dealt it back. They're up on the gold damage value. It just didn't look that way. If this Ushabti summon fades before army losses hits, though, then Cathay will stand a little bit of a chance. That's propping up the balance of power by a lot, considering how damaged everything is. A full healthy Ushabti is really helping them out. Shattering Lord and Caster, though, is not going to do anything for Cathay's balance of power woes. That Ushabti summon has 18 seconds left. If Cathay can withstand the summon, they have a shot. Not a good shot, but a shot. Sporkle Stalker's moving up. These archers are probably going to have to turn and fire on those bad boys. Ushapti is gone in 2-1, and the archers did not rout yet, so they could also turn and fire at the Sporkle Stalkers. You can take a full-ish health Sporkle Stalker down to very low health very quickly if you have 3 archers all firing from different angles on it. That can do a lot of damage. Cannon's out of ammo, though, which is critically bad, and the Yang Lord is about to go off the field, lowering all of Cathay's leadership by quite a bit. The Ushapti are out of ammo except for this one that is beset by Jade Warriors. Now it can kite around, but while it's doing that, it won't be firing. Arkin's still full HP, but if you get him in some halberds or some spears for a while, he will die. Sporkle Stalker's taking good damage, and now all the crossmen look like they're going to focus on our boy Arkin. Is that a Fate of Buna? That is a Fate of Buna. Fate of Buna on the Jade Warriors might cause army losses here, though. Eliminating a unit that's decently expensive, like 600, 650 gold, with that much ammunition is just going to do such a number on the balance of power, and there's more units routing, so yeah, that is going to be GG, and Imperator Mortis will probably be going to finals unless something absolutely wild happens. It did not. GG. It was a good game. It was an artillery game, so it was a little slow, but we got there. We got there. Ushapti, mixed value. Sporkle Stalkers did fine. Arkin did well. Scream Skull Catapults did okay. Carrion did fine. Skeletons did meh. The other side, Dragonblood and Shugi Lord really struggled to get a value felt. Jade Warrior struggled to be felt as well. Jade Warrior Crossman struggled. Celestial Dragon Crossman struggled. Oof, 0 damage on the Righteous Lances is brutal. And then the cannons did well. Cannons did very well. Final game of the night. Frea and Frea and Imperator Mortis. Finals is best of 1. And it is getting late over in Europe, so we're just going to stick to a best of 1 and let people go to bed. And it is a for-fun tournament with no prize, so if you have issue with it, that is a valid complaint, but also doing my best. I hope I just joined the right room. I did. Final game of the stream, Frea in the winners finals has not dropped a game yet today versus Imperator Mortis, who lost at 1 point but has come back with a vengeance. We have done all of the disclaimers. We have done all of the acknowledgments. Yes, if Frea loses once, then he got gypped, robbed, absolutely duped, but shit happens. It is what it is. Will he play his dreaded Lizardmen, or will he have to bust out something different? Will Imperator Mortis have to play something besides his Tomb Kings? His vampire counts are also quite good, and I've seen his coast, I think, like once before, and it was fine. But mostly he plays Tomb Kings and VC. Who will win? Who will win? Who will win? Raw Unleashed, that was your first match versus Tomb Kings. It was rough. It was rough. But you did great, buddy. You did great. I mean, you made finals last time, you made semifinals this time. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. There's plenty of people that have played these new player tournaments that still have trouble getting out of round 1. So, like, definitely, you know, definitely celebrate the achievement you have, not the achievement you didn't get. You know? Where it's like, yeah, you didn't win it all, but you did good. Beastmen victory versus Warwagon Kite build, that would be tough. That would be tough. Hi, kitty cat.
Hi, kitty cat. Who's your little kitty?
Okay, okay. Just headbutt my knees. That's also acceptable. That is an acceptable way of getting attention, I guess. Don't just hop up here, you fuck. We have 75 viewers right now. 75. That is awesome. To everyone here, thank you so much. Our viewership hasn't been the best recently because I've been streaming a lot during the nighttime hours. Just not the best. So we're happy to have you, happy to see you. Hopefully you stick around for some of the streams after the patch.
Who's a good kitty cat?
I think we've only ever broken 100 viewers on a stream once. Hoping to make that a little more common. Remember Rubber Duck used to pull audiences of like 100, 140, somewhere in there. That'd be nice. That would be nice. Oh shit, he flipped over to coast. Is that the legend? Cat cam, please? Sure, they're just doing picks and bans, so sure. Hold on. I got you, fam. Hey, little Mo. Who's your good boy? That's my floppy boy. He loves flopping. Do you love flopping? Do you want more love or are you good? Where's that little more? Alright, he's done. I think. Then he'll headbutt my knee again, and then it'll be my problem again. But until then. Looks like we do have Lizardmen versus Coast, as I accidentally shrink my blocker and not my camera. I mean, camera doesn't look too bad. How's the video quality been, everybody? Is it good? Because if the video quality's been good, then I can finally stop fucking with the streaming software. But I've heard no complaints about the audio today, so I think we solved that. How's the video doing throughout the stream? Anybody notice any issues? I feel like when I peaked earlier in the stream, things were a little fuzzy, but maybe I'm just being overly critical. Seems all good. No complaints about the in-battle graphics or anything. All right. Lizardmen versus Vampire Coast is the confirmed matchup. This is traditionally thought to be very bad for the Lizardmen, but I honestly have not seen a lot of it in Warhammer 3, and there are a lot of changes. Like, Lizardmen have access to a ton of fucking healing. Ripperdactyls have been performing better than usual. With the healing comes, like, how does a Dread Saurian do versus Vampire Coast? I don't know. Croxagors have gotten buffs. So Lizardmen have gotten a lot of buffs and shifts and changes in the time, and the Vampire Coast have been rearranged a bunch. Like, their gun lines got nerfed, their melee units got buffs, animated Hulks got buffed, Luther Harkon got nerfed into the ground just from the transition from Game 2 to Game 3. Pistol mobs got buffs. Yeah. So both factions have received a lot of changes, and I honestly haven't seen it played too much. Stream's been great? Alright, good. Good, then I can stop. I can take that note off my desktop, because like the streams are when I get to test to see how all the changes I worked on went. Cool. Yeah, Zypher, I think. Great stream, not seeing me by. Any streams coming that you'll be playing in? Probably not. No. Not that I know of. Oh, wait. Yeah, actually. Yeah, you're right. This weekend, Tactical Itch will be streaming semifinals for a Night Crew tournament. And I'm going to be out of town, but I'm supposed to play my semifinal with Berserk. And then if I win that, I'm supposed to play my final before the streams so they could do the replays. But yeah, so I am in the semifinal of like this long, multiple week running tournament. But I'm against Berserk, so I'm probably gonna fucking lose. I'll try to put up a good showing, but Berserk is just a better player than me. This is it. The finals of all finals. The last game of the day. No more lobbies. No more building. No more picking. No more banning. All that's left before in. I'll let the build set up before I go too deep into them. But for the convenience of the stream, I'm rooting for Berserk. Lich, I get that 100%, my dude. I get that. I get that. He and I should be playing tomorrow. I messaged him today and asked if he wanted to, but I had this stream and this goes well past his bedtime. And he was like, nah, dude, I'm working today. I'll hit you up tomorrow. I was like, okay. I'm working tomorrow too, but hopefully I can find time to get home and fight him and then go back to work or something. I was here? Good. Frea! On the Lizardmen, we have 2 Bastildons with Rev Crystals, a front line of Skinks, a back line of Skink Courts with Javelins, and then we have a Rainbow Air Force. We have a Pterodon Fireleech Bolas. We have 2 of those. 2 Pterodons of Fireleech Bolas, 2 Ripperdactyls regular, 1 Ripperdactyl ROR, the Class of the Hunters with their anti-large, so a very heavy Air Force. We have the Footsore Scar Veteran that seems to perpetually be here, and we have the Salon Mage Priest of Fire with Burning Head, Flame Sword of Ruin, and Banishment. Oh, and the Blood Statue of Spite. On the other side for the Vampire Coast, this is our second time seeing them today. There was that one game with the Beastmen where a clutch pistol summon killed Kazric. But our second time seeing them today. They are not a very common faction these days, but they're doing okay in the meta. We have some zombie pirates, deckhand polearms, looks like 2 of them, 5 with the swords. 4 animated hulks for some cheap bodies, 2 rotting Promethean gunnery mob crabs, one of which is the Lamper's Revenge with their regeneration. 2 bombers, 1 mortar, the Bloody Reaver Depth Guard ROR, and Count Noctilus on foot with Invocation Hack and the Summon. And we're off. The frontline fight I would give to the Vampire Coast with all of their monstrous infantry and their zombies. They will definitely beat some random ass skinks. Single entities, I mean, obviously the lizards have 4 and 1 has just Noctilus, so I think the lizards need to rely on their single entities and their air force to try and carry the game. While the coast, I don't know. I guess they're just gonna try and grind it out because they have a lot of crowd clearing and not a lot of single target DPS. There's not a lot of guns for the flyers. There's not a lot of guns, for the Bastildons. So I don't know. I've doubted before where the DPS was going to come from, and I've been wrong before. So I'll just see. I'll see what I see. But I see no obvious like, yes, if they keep blank alive, they will win for the Vampire Coast. Their whole build is all kind of middling on damage. Depth Guard, the Johnny Depth Guard. Mortars are firing in onto the Skink cohorts, who are rather tightly packed, so if it gets any good shots landed in it, will do a lot of damage. The bomber mobs are here throwing into the Skinks and the zombies alike, but it'll do more damage to the Skinks overall. Banishment is thrown onto the bombers, trying to disrupt them mid-throw, but they still get a good volley off, and already the Skinks are starting to falter. What can the Air Force do about this? As Frea is moving up and moving in, the Fire Salon is in here as well. I imagine we'll see a Burning Head coming out shortly. Noctilus actually checks out his first Ray Storm onto a random Skink cohort with Javelins. Kind of surprised it wasn't onto the Salon, to be honest. Maybe I'm mistaken in focusing single entities with it, as it does decent damage to those little Skinks. Ripperdactyls are in the back line, messing up those little bombers. Burning Head coming through as well, and things are looking a little dire already for the coast. I don't want to overreact. It's just like, man, those bombers are already fucking dead. Front line, getting some Burning Heads and stuff. That flank's going really well, but a lot of these assets have to come back over here and defend your range stuff. They're overcommitting on that flank they've already won, unfortunately. Now, the game's not over. I was just saying that I feel like the Lizards had a pretty good early game. Their skinks are routing, but who gives a shit? The main thing is that these Ripperdactyls are getting good kills and not getting punished too much for it. Though, as I say that, the Bloody Reaver Deck Guard are here, but the Ripperdactyls, there we go. They pathed away, they'll be fine. As long as they don't just commit to a fight and sit on top of the Bloody Reaver Guard, they'll be okay. So Lizardmen front line has been suffering, but their single entities and their flyers, all the things that we were watching to see what would win the game, all of those don't find it, Sean. But a rear charge here from the Lamper's Revenge and the Bloody Reaver Deck Guard could spell a bit of a disaster for this already wounded Ripper. They did take out the mortars, so good for them. Nice little attempt there. Quick zombie pistol summon will do really good damage versus the flyers. With only 45 armor and no shields, just the volume of fire of that cheap summon will do very well. First Rev Crystal healing comes in for those Rippers that have taken so much damage. Elsewhere, the Colossadon Hunters tried to catch Noctilus, but they themselves are actually getting caught. These animated Hulks could run over and sandwich them, and the Lamper's Revenge plus Noctilus are tearing apart the Colossadon Hunters. As I heard something happen, some weird Lizardmen sound effect. But yeah, Colossadon Hunters are just mega fucked. They are doomed. They are doomed. Other Ripperdactyls just trying to harass that summon, the little pistol summon. Lizardmen have killed off all of the ranged assets of the Vampire Coast, and one animated Hulk is over chasing against those skink cohorts. He will want to come home. As far as the crabs go, Regiment of Renown crab is still very healthy. The Rotting Promethean non-regenerating crab is not feeling so hot. Bloody River Depth Guard are also, they're doing fine. I wonder if the Blood Statue of Despite is getting spammed somewhere. So probably want to be using that on cooldown if you're going to get all 7 charges out in a game like this. Wraithstorm hits some more skinks. Oh yeah, it only has 3 uses left. Wait, how many does it start with? I don't remember. Anyway, hopefully he's using it. The Bound Banishment going straight through those guys as an Overcast hurts Noctilus a little bit as he summons some more pistols. Those are probably going to aim up and shoot at the Fire Leech Bolas who just rock dropped on top of the Vampire Coast. The problem for the Lizardmen is the coast are getting down to animated Hulks and crabs. So like your explosive Fire Leech Bolas aren't going to do very much. Your skinks aren't going to be able to do very much. Your Ripperdactyls aren't going to do as much. Like, you've cleared out a lot of the infantry, which your build is pretty good at doing. Now I'm just curious how they can get through all the armor of the crabs. Rev Crystal getting pushed off. Roth's Moondial was used by Noctilus to summon yet another zombie, and all of a sudden Frea is down on the balance of power. So Rev Crystal is pushed away. Now the balance of power is a little artificially inflated for our undead friends. They have a lot of summons out, and a big burning head takes a chunk out of crime. Damn. Nice. But anyway, with a lot of summons on the field, and the Lizardmen still have a good amount of healing left to give themselves. Wait, they had 2 Rev Crystals. Where's the other one? Oh, that routed 2. Oh, fuck. Okay. That's not good. That's real not good. So this Rev Crystal might get walked off by the Lamper's Revenge, which would be a big problem for Lizardmen. Because what they need is they need both their Rev Crystals, start healing Ripperdactyls, start healing skinks, heal anything. Because the only way you're going to get through this, and what your build was designed for, is you have 2 big healing dinosaurs that can just chuck HP at your units and you can outgrind the counts. Especially with a Firecaster nearby, just chucking out Burning Heads to get rid of anything that's multi-entity. These Pterodons are going to dive on the pole arms mobs, trying to buy a little bit of space for the Rev Crystal to come back. Another summon from Noctilus. How are we doing here? 0 rune dials. Yeah, that's his last summon. So if the Lizards can withstand this moment in the game, they have a better shot. Not a great shot, but they have a better shot of winning. Oh, but the Fire Slan is now surrounded. The crabs are going to close in on him pretty soon. Cold-Blooded keeps him in the fight, but he needs to back off. He needs to go get some support, and it looks like he is going to start turning and running now. Some skinks are coming back to the fight, but literally no one has ever cared about them. Army losses is getting danger close for Lizardmen. And I understand where it's coming from, it just doesn't value the healing on the Rev Crystals like I do. So the Lizardmen need to find a way to prolong this game for as long as possible. That Rev Crystal is still not coming back. Somehow the game doesn't think that he's far enough away to get to safety. Army losses will hit, and Alexander will take the tournament. GG, well played indeed for Frea and Alexander for getting to the finals. Congratulations on Alexander for finally winning a new player tournament. You have been on that grind for a while, so happy to see you succeed. Once again, to address all the complaints in the room, I know that the finals in a double elimination bracket should be the winner gets an extra life and all that stuff. But as I mentioned multiple times, but just to deflect that criticism, one, it's still valid criticism, you can have it, but the reason that we did just a best of one finals is it's getting very late, people need to go to bed, and I don't know how to program that on Total Tavern. I just don't. So it would make it really jank, and people want to go to bed, and yada yada. So we are just calling it there. Way to go, everybody. Always happy to see Frea and Alexander popping back in Raw Unleashed, also with a strong third place finish. And that is it for the stream. It went 4 hours. Hopefully at least 2 of those hours were enjoyable for you people. I am leaving now. Goodbye and good night.